But welcome nevertheless. Welcome to Diego C. Palace. This is a live watch along between none other than Paraguay versus France. And it's still nil-nil. We're about 18, 19 minutes into the match. And Baracola's just got a yellow card. And the France manager is not it's not at all pleased there. Please hit like and subscribe at Diego C Palace if you're new, and thank you very much for all the previous the new subscribers and all the comments and all the likes in the previous live watch alongs and all the other uploads that I've done, which have been minimal lately. But thank you very much. I really appreciate that. But it's still 0-0. Paraguay versus France. Is it going to be an upset? You wouldn't have thought so if you look at the team sheets, and I'll go through them in a minute. Before I do that anyway, I just need to check that the sound is all right on the so I'm gonna have to pause the game a little bit, yeah. Just going to check that the sound is all fine. But if you're new, please subscribe at Diego C Palace if you're new. If I can get the tablet to work. Where's... Oh, I hate this tablet. There we go, that's loading. That one is also loading there. Right, let's have a look. Let's just check that the sound is all fine. And oh, that's okay, that's all right. If you're new, sounds okay so far. Let me just check it for a little while, because I've learned that you just leave it for a little while until you can actually hear everything. Let me just try the backup phone. Which one is it? I've not got the password. And so I'm just going to check that the sound is all fine. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C Palace. Still 0-0 the last I looked at it. Baracola just got a yellow card. And but I'm just checking the sound on the live stream before I go back to the match. It's otherwise I'll end up I think that's okay. Let me just check that that's fine. Come on. I'm missing the match. Just got... It's not coming up. I think it's live. But anyway, it's still 0-0. And oh, I can actually play that. Can I? Oh no, it's going to interfere. Oh Lord. I bet you just leave that there. Right, let's have a look and see how it goes. I wish you'd hurry up. Oh no. It's making noises. Please don't make noises. Oh my days, all the tablets are making noises that I don't want to hear. It should be alright, it's only a little noise. So it's still 0-0 as far as I can see. I'm just getting so many adverts and it's just not loading up. Right, let's have a go. Here we go. Yeah, the sound says okay. So right, that's fine. So let me just pause that. Let me go back to the match. How do I go back to the match? It's still 0-0, ladies and gentlemen. Please keep hitting the likes. Oh, big up to Roy Marsh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you very much for tuning in. Oh, let me just plug you in down there, because otherwise we're not going anywhere. I'll let the other one charge up. There was a question. Good afternoon. I hope you're well. Your thoughts of Oliver Glasner joining Nottingham Forest for 30 million a year. He was underpaid at Palace. He signed the contract. No one forced Glasner. No one forced his hand to sign the contract that he did sign with Steve Parish and Crystal Palace. My understanding, he was happy when he left, and he did the whole duration. It was 3 years, wasn't it? And he delivered. He delivered what he wanted to do at Palace. 3 trophies in essence: the Community Shield, the FA Cup, and of course the UEFA Conference League title in Europe. So I am happy with what he'd done at Palace. I know you didn't ask that question. It is whether he's gone to Nottingham Forest. I think three things on it. The first of all, on Oliver Glasner going to Nottingham Forest. I wish him luck. That's the first thing, and I sincerely mean that because he landed me probably one of the best moments at the FA Cup final. Watching Ebriese score that penalty, and the rest is history. Then Bele corner here, and the second. So yeah, I wish him luck. I wish him luck. The second thing is for Glasner going to Nottingham Forest. It kind of fits his I suppose demeanour of as being as a top end, I would say, European world football manager, club manager, going to Nottingham Forest in the sense that the challenge is there for him to make it at Nottingham Forest. He came to Palace. He did what he was going to do. The previous club, he went there and he did what he had to do, and he landed trophies. So now the challenge is now Nottingham Forest. Had he still been on the payroll at Crystal, and this goes on to the third point. Had he still been on the payroll at Crystal Palace, then for me, that wouldn't have been the appropriate way to leave, and because of what he's achieved at Crystal Palace. But my understanding is when he's started talking to Nottingham Forest. This hydration break at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. It's 23 minutes. Paraguay nil, France nil. And so the third point is, my understanding is the moment that he left Crystal Palace, there was a time space, and then he'll probably looked at his options, and he then selected to go there. It's why do I emphasise that third point? It's probably for me is the most important. Is because as a Premier League manager at Crystal Palace when he was on the payroll, for me, he has access to a lot of things within the football club. With all due respect, the club comes first. Crystal Palace comes first. It's like if you run a business and somebody is going to leave or leaves, you want to safeguard your main assets, your own identity. In this case, it's Crystal Palace. So, but I don't think he'll do anything to compromise that, in my opinion. However, had he been contacted before he left Crystal Palace, I've not heard any rumours or whispers really, and you can't say that because I can't see there's not been anything concrete on that. Certainly from the club itself. So, so then for me, I'm he's gone. So he's gone. The what I don't like in essence of it is maybe it's just a personal thing. I just don't like the Nottingham Forest. The Nottingham Forest owner, he has other football clubs in Europe. He seems to go between the lines of rules in UEFA, and I believe that if Oliver Glasner does not last 8 or 9 months at Nottingham Forest, it proves that the problem at Nottingham Forest is not the fans, it's not the football club, but it's the owner. And the reason why that's a fact is because Oliver Glasner has proven in his previous employment as a professional football manager and the coaching staff that goes with him, because he's not on his own, he's got people around him that works with him. He'll be the first to tell you that. So if it doesn't work at Nottingham Forest between 6 to 9 or 8 months, and then he's like on his way out, to me, that is the fault. It goes back on that owner. Can you judge a manager within that time scale? Probably not, and you shouldn't really. You should be given at least a season. But if it doesn't start well for them, then yeah, they're not in Europe, that's my understanding. So they just got to concentrate on the League Cup, FA Cup, and of course the Premier League status and climbing up. So, but he's gone there for the 13, 14 million pounds for there. He's gone there because for the to prove a point, the challenge, and to win for the money. I expect 40 million pounds, but I think it's worth a lot more than that. I'm surprised that clubs like Liverpool didn't look at him. I'm surprised because he's a very much like Jurgen Klopp. Right, big up to everybody. Roy Marsh says for me, I thought Palace Romash, and this, for me, it seems a backwards move to leave Palace to go to Forest. Why did Palace not match what Forest offer him? He was going to go anyway. He was going to go. I'll explain to you why I think he was going to go in a minute. He clearly felt undervalued at Palace. I don't think that was the case, but if that's your opinion, I think that's okay. I think it's the way he is as a Premier League or as a top European manager. Is the lack of ambition of by Palace. I disagree because what Chief Parish, and I think not him individually, but the club does, is to what I keep saying is put in front. It's the game is back on. It's 0-0, Paraguay 0, France 0. Is to put foundations on across not just the men's football side, but across the whole football club, and to evolve and advance the status of the club, whichever platform it may be. Now, that is what's of paramount of importance. How the club evolves season after season. If we're talking about the men's. That has to be the main point. The fact that we lost Gehi, Eze, Elise, just to name a few, is a transition of players advancing themselves at the club, and they're going to get picked up. They're going to get picked up. They're going to get. They're going to have bids. That's unfortunately that's what Palace do. Palace are not in the region of playing managers or football players. 300, for example, some football players will get 350,000 or £300,000 a week, something like that. We're not in that. We're not in that region right there. So so do you say that he feels undervalued? No, I don't think so, because I think he came to win trophies, and he won 3 trophies in the timescale of his contract. Had we not sold Gehi, Elise, and Ebrieze, then that could have been completely different. But I don't think the club said, "Oh, we're just going to." The progression of the player, they were going to leave anyway because of big clubs like Arsenal, Manchester City would have come in for them. There was other clubs coming in for them. So, but I hear your point. I think it's important, your point. Lack of ambition by Palace. No, because the next ambition for Palace, in my opinion, for Steve Parish and the people that run the football club, and I don't know anyone there, I'm just a football fan, is next season, I would expect, one, to continue with the Premier League. Oh, it's across here, across the penalty area of Paraguay, and no one there to put it forward. Why isn't there a number 9? Mbappe was too far back. It was too deep. No one there to put a toe in it. And we're coming up to 30 minutes. It's still 0-0. France 0, Paraguay 0. For me, the what was I? It's lack of ambition. No, I don't think it's a lack of ambition, because the next one, it should be Premiership status. Continue and building on that. That would be number 2. To get into the top 6. Third of all, to win a trophy. I expect, and I think a lot of Crystal Palace fans, and I presume you are one yourself, is that every season a silverware must land at Palace. And it's been difficult to overcome those hurdles. And with the work that Oliver Glasner, the coaching staff that he brought in, the coaching staff that he inherited, Paddy, others, they got it over the line. So, they nearly scored. They nearly scored. France there. Mbappe there, nearly getting a header in there and coming up to 31 minutes. Paraguay are penned into their half right now. So I think the ambition for that. I think the ambition of the club is there. We need to get a trophy. I expect Crystal Palace to get a trophy next year. I expect Crystal Palace Premier League survival, followed by that Europa League. I mean, come on, ladies and gentlemen. If Tottenham Hotspur can win the Europa League, Crystal Palace could do it. And we have to wait and see if Pierre Sarge, if his formation, if his style of play is the same as Oliver Glasner. Some people, I would say, may say, yeah, it should be Oliver Glasner's style, but he's not there no more. His coaching staff is not there. Pierre Sarge has got to stamp his his style of football, and more importantly, not so much to convince the fans first, he needs to get it over with his coaching staff and the people at the club with the squad of players that he's going to inherit. Now, what is he going to have left? That's another question. And that goes to the point that you're saying about and the ambition of the club. When contracts come and go for players, the club, as much as they may want to keep somebody, they have a responsibility to progress the player to other uh, challenges, chapters in their careers. And as long as they honour the time that they're there within their contract, it works both ways. And I think that's the success of Palace. There's a ball from attempt from outside the penalty area by Rabiot, and he's never going to score from there. But big up to you, Romash. How long? And then so that's my take. I do like your points that you've made, and I respect them absolutely. I think there's a with respect to Oliver Glasner going to Nottingham Forest, he's bettered, if you like, his CV by what he's achieved in the Premier League with Crystal Palace. Undoubtedly, even non-Crystal Palace fans say, "I wouldn't mind a bit of that." I said the moment that he landed at Crystal Palace, go back and check my thing when he landed at Crystal Palace. I did a video and I says, this man reminds me of a Premier League manager when he came to the UK, and he's so much similar like Jurgen Klopp. And he's delivered the FA Cup, Community Shield, and the European Trophy. I mean, look at the Arsenal fans. They can't say they've won in Europe, can they? Even Tottenham Hotspur fans have won in Europe. I'll say no more. Let's leave that. But there you go. So I think it's better this CV. Oh, it's kicking off between the goalkeeper of France and one of the Paraguay players. He went running away. He running away from the thing, and then so that's progression. So the money probably, of course, is important. It always is. I suppose if you're a Premier League manager, I think it's worth more than, if you're quoting 13 million, 14 million. I think Oliver Glasner's worth a lot more than that. Oh no, it's all kicking off. They're all pushing each other. And Mbappe's been rattled. Everyone is pushing. Everyone is pushing. It's kicking off. It's MMA. There is grappling now. There is choke holds. They're holding on to each other's shirts. It's all kicking off. There's MMA settings here. There's another one. Baracola's been pushed on there. He's squared up to somebody else now. It's all kicking off. Ladies and gentlemen, are we going to see an eye poke? Are we going to see a low blow in this fixture between Paraguay and France? It does not surprise me. Paraguay are always very passionate, and can I say it? They always kicks off whoever they're playing. If you know, you know. And so, yeah, no, I mean, for Oliver Glasner, he's going there for the money. But I say, if it doesn't work for him up and on in Forest, I've seen enough of Oliver Glasner, and not just because of what he achieved for Crystal Palace as a football fan. If it doesn't work out in Forest within the first 6 to 9 months, I'm telling you, he's made a mistake going there. He could easily walk into the German national coach job. As Elise, Michael Elise about to take a free kick here. Ladies and gentlemen, watch out for Michael Elise. This is made, bread buttered at Selhurst Park. Michael Elise, if you know, you know. And so yeah, so that would be me. So if Nottingham Forest don't go up towards the table and don't look to be landing in Europe or getting a domestic cup next season, or if they're going to if they're down at the bottom, best part of next season, then I guarantee you, with that chairman, the owner, so-called, well, he's not, the way, I just don't like him. I'm not even going to say his name. The owner of Nottingham Forest, he's not my cup of tea, and so I'm not going to gaslight his name. And personally, I think Oliver Glasner has gone not to the wrong football club. He's gone to work for the wrong owner of a football club. That's the way I see it. Because I've got nothing up against the Nottingham Forest fans. I think they're brilliant when they come down to Selhurst Park. They're absolute legends as away fans that I've seen anyway. So I think he's gone to the wrong ownership of a Premier League club, and he's going to find out not because of his own fault. It's because of how the club is run from the person that owns the football club. That's my take on it. Am I salty about it? No, because he wasn't on the payroll. I live in the real world. If he was on the payroll and Steve Parish still had him under contract, and then he was thinking of moving at that particular moment to somewhere like that, then I guarantee you the Crystal Palace ultras, the Crystal Palace fans, damn it, the Eagles, damn it, everybody will be skinning teeth and all that kind of thing. If you know, you know. Big up to Roy Marsh with the questions. Thank you very much for the questions. It's still 0-0, ladies and gentlemen. Paraguay 0, France 0. We're coming up to 30s. They've had one hydration break, and I don't really agree with those sort of things. I support the champions of England. oh, oh. It's an Arsenal fan. I kind of had a feeling, you know. I had a kind of feeling. Listen, I've got a bone to pick with you, Arsenal fans. Real talk. Look into my eye. Listen, no, don't you got me started now with your questions. So now it's my time to throw some receipts back at you, Arsenal fans, because I need to know from Arsenal fans what is in your mind. What is in your mind when you get to the Champions League final? And I've never seen Crystal Palace at the Champions League final, right? So I don't know what. Oh, there's one attempt there, but it's gone wide there. Mbappe's down holding one of his kneecaps. Has he lost? No. He's holding his chest. Maybe he needs a bit of Vicks, like Patrick Vieira. He used to put Vicks here so he can breathe. Mbappe's gone down like a sniper's taking him down. He just got hit on the arm. Look. It's just hit him on the arm, and he's holding his chest like a sniper's taking him down. What is going on? So Arsenal won. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go with the Arsenal team. Roy Marsh, big up to you. He's saying, I support the champions of England. Let me tell you something. You have to wear the shades. Real talk. Because my question to the Arsenal fans is, I do not understand your football club. And the reason why I'm saying this, and you're going to agree with me, you won't say publicly, but I know you agree with me. How is it that Ebery Eze is on the bench? How is it that Victor Gyökeres, but more importantly, Ebery Eze was on the bench for your Champions League final? No. Can you imagine the absolute scenes? If Crystal Palace, and they will get to the Champions League, but say we get to the Champions League final, and whomever the manager is, and we've got a flair player like Ebery Eze on the squad, running the team for the club, and the manager puts him on the bench for 90 minutes, Arsenal fans, shame on you. Shame on you. And all I ask the Arsenal fans, because I don't understand your football club, but all I ask the Arsenal fans out there is to do one thing. Just one thing, Arsenal fans, all right? I know you know that I don't really like your football club, but I'm asking the Arsenal fans just one thing to do. Just one thing to do. You ask them to do one thing, and that's to look after Ebery Eze, and you put the man on the bench. No. I don't get that. I need to find an Arsenal fan that can break that down for me, because that doesn't make sense. How can they? I don't hear anybody. I don't hear any Arsenal fans. No, you got to the final. Play your best players on the pitch. Take it to PSG. Yes, I know they've got better foundations, they're better squad than you, maybe, but you go for it. You got to the final. You don't put Ebery Eze on the bench. No. Big up to you. And this is Arsenal have won 2 European trophies. They have? Well, there you go. You know my history about me than Arsenal, but I'm just saying, for me, for right now, for the time now, all I know is that West Ham fans, Crystal Palace fans, and I'm going to drop the mic moment, Tottenham Hotspur fans, they can say they were champions of Europe within the last, I'm talking the region of the last 5 or 6 or 7 years. I'm not even going to joke here. Arsenal, you've had a manager, Mikel Arteta. He's been there for what, 5, 6 years now? He's had over 100 million net spend on players. We don't have that expenditure at Crystal Palace. All right, we haven't got to the Champions League final, so I ain't got there. But I'm just saying about you lot. You lot have had a manager there that has been there for nearly 6, 7 years, and now he's landed the Premier League title. I give you the due respects that you are the champions, but I didn't like the way you won the title. It's not my cup of tea, but would I take that if Palace won like that? Boy, boy. No, I mean, no. It was Jurgen Klopp, not me saying it. What do I know? I don't know about coaching or managing or running in the club. All I know is about running my mouth kind of thing, maybe a little bit. But all I'm saying is Jurgen Klopp was saying the way Germany got knocked out of the World Cup, if those same FIFA rulings were applied in the Premier League last year by the FA and the referees, not his exact words, but Jurgen Klopp was to drop the mic moment bin. He was saying Arsenal would not have won the Premier League. Real team. Real ting and real talk. I reckon Pep Guardiola would have got a lot closer. And secondly, Liverpool. I put Liverpool had been the last season to do well because they were doing what Tottenham Hotspur were doing, buying everything, Isaks and Verts and all this kind of thing over there. But all I'm saying is that Liverpool really not really had all their new players. Oh, why is it France only attempting on goal from outside the penalty area? They've got so much talent there on that pitch. Give the ball to Mikel Olise and let him link up with Mbappe. That is part of your answer. They're not listening to me. So all I'm saying, Arsenal fans out there, I respect you, and I do give them due respect because you are the champions. I give you that respect. How you got there, that's for debate. No. Am I jealous? Yes, of course I am. But that's what it is. And then he goes, but we've lost 5 European finals. But there you go. So you know what you're talking about there. Your club has been, I didn't know that you've been to 5 European finals and 2 lost on penalties. So that can't be no easy thing to take on the face. But all I've got to say to that is, in the last 5 or 6 years, as a Crystal Palace fan looking into your football club, it's, what did you call it? The process. And you've won your Premier League. I mean, you take it because it's a trophy and it's a win. But set pieces, the set piece coach at Arsenal, is it fair to say that he won the Premier League title for you lot? Because Mikel Arteta didn't do anything to open up to play the flair players. The grappling and the fouls which were permitted in the Premier League last season, and I've called them out, not just at Arsenal coming to Selhurst Park. I've seen Liverpool players, I've seen Manchester United players, I've seen, as an example, definitely Man City players do that. 2 of my Crystal Palace players at Selhurst Park doing that thing, and the referees just let it go. Come to the World Cup final, boom. As an example, Germany get knocked out by those. You know what I mean? Because they're not applying the rules there. France are having problems breaking down in the last third. Paraguay, where we've done 45 minutes. It's Paraguay 0, France 0. But no, I'll give you respect to the Arsenal winning the Premier League. You won the title, and as you were saying there, you've gone to a lot of Premier League, a lot of European finals, more than I've had hot dinners by the sounds of it. So, but I'm gonna tell you this right now, here and now, and I've said this before, and this is telling you something as a Crystal Palace fan. If Chief Parish announced before the announcements of Piers Sarge being appointed as the manager at Crystal Palace, he said, "I'm going after Mikel Arteta." No. I would not have a manager at Crystal Palace now that says we're going to spend that kind of money that you spend at your end and have to wait 5 or 6 years to have a little whiff, a little taste at some silverware. No, I do not like the style of football that Mikel Arteta does because it's negative. Not just because I say so. Even Ian Wright publicly said last season, sometimes when he'd been at the Emirates the crowd is too quiet. He was trying to say, well, are we going to do this? Are we not going to do this? What he was coming from, how he was saying it, I don't know, because I'm not an Arsenal fan. But even he said it publicly. So I'm just saying, people out there, no, I will not have Mikel Arteta as the manager at Crystal Palace. No, I'll be fuming. I'll be absolutely fuming. No, I want a manager with his coaching staff to push the players to go forward, and the best form of defense is attacking football play. Whether you're playing 3 or 4 at the back, just attack the opposition and be a flair team. And at the moment, France can't seem to find their mojo at the moment. They've got 3 minutes of added time. Big up to Roy Marsh with the points there. But we have lost 5 in European finals. See, a lot of people will say, who have not seen their football club go to 5 European finals, like you're saying that Arsenal have been, as a negative thing. But I don't think that's a negative. I see how you're saying that. As an outsider looking into your football club, I'm saying you got to respect that. But you haven't won the trophy. But you got to respect it, because my football club have not been, as you're putting it, 5 European finals and 2 on penalties. It looks like you lost 2 on penalties. So there you go. So you're educating me on that side of it. So my football club has not been to that. And so how you get back to those things to get to that, you get into the finals. I don't understand how you put in. What was the point? I mean, I know you got your Premier League by the time you got to that final. But Victor Gyökeres, who was, looks like he's going somewhere. I heard that he might be going somewhere. It's half time, ladies and gentlemen. Paraguay 0, France 0. And all I've got to say, ladies and gentlemen, is, and you, Roy Marsh, you're actually a legend with all these questions. I'm old school. Until my football club has been to as many European finals as you lot, and have as many trophies as you lot, then you know what I mean. I'm being there personally. I haven't been to all the matches. There's Crystal Palace fans out there that go to all the home and away matches for the men's sides. A lot of them go to all the under 21s, under 18s, all the unders. There is a cluster of them, and they know who they are. They know faces. There's even some of them that even go to all the Crystal Palace women football teams now, home and away fixtures. And you've got to love them, you've got to respect them. And there will be Arsenal fans that have done that. Now, they're the real ones. They're the real ones. But would I have Mikel Arteta as the manager at Crystal Palace? No. I don't think the Palace fans will warm to that. That's my take on it. That's my take on it, ladies and gentlemen. It's half time. Let me just check that this is working. I'm a little bit worried that this is making noise. I hope that answers the questions, okay? And then, we got the PSG thing. So then you got Roy Marsh says, 1, 2, 3, 4 says, PSG are a quality team. Yeah, they've built foundations. They've been through that. I think that pain of losing. They've been from. They've brought in Pochettino. They had top managers. They brought in top players. Mbappe played for them. Messi was there as well, and they didn't work. They reverted from that, and then they built foundations. This goes to what I was saying about Palace, building the foundations as you get along. Whether the fans can be patient about it, that's another matter about. So you're saying, 1 minute, I missed it. PSG are a quality team. If we had attacked them more, we could have ended up losing 5-0, like Inter Milan previous year. We lost via penalties. Missed, that's no disgrace. We'll go back. That's a fair point. Do you know what? You're saying that. And I think I did a watch along for that match. And I said, I didn't do a watch along for that. I did a prediction for it. And I did say on my prediction, Arsenal need to play at their strengths, how they've played this season. So that point kind of mirages what you did. What you did in the Premier League, your own successful style of football is what you applied in that PSG final. But then you didn't, because in the Premier League, if I'm not mistaken, Mikel Arteta not once did he bench both Victor Gyökeres and Ebrieze on the bench for 90 minutes and then bring them on? I think that point stands. Surely. Or if you do have one, you need to give me that one, because I'm not saying that I know all the Arsenal games home and away last season in the Premier League, but I can't remember one, or certainly a succession of them. And to select the final and those two flair players to be benched for 90 minutes, you know what? If you're an Arsenal fan and you went to that away fixture for that final, and you paid the money to travel there, to stay there, to have a drink, and to see that pain, to feel that pain, and you're probably still feeling that pain. Do you get my point? So you're saying that you played like how you played in the Premier League, and you played them, but in the Premier League you didn't bench those two players. No, but you got to where it was, and I guess it's a gamble by Arteta and all that. And we'll be back. Yes, I think they will be back, but the thing is, I don't. Okay, will Arsenal be back next season for the Champions League final? How much squading depth do you need? I don't think Mikel Arteta knows how to work with flair players. Like for example, in the instance of here, the manager of why is it not coming up? I can't get the lineups up. Oh Lord! I mean, I've just done something here. Halftime here, Bill. Paraguay versus France, and we've got. Oh, you haven't done the lineups. I will do the lineups now. Let me just check. I'm just double checking. Here, this Paraguay team, Diego Gomez, Cubas, and they've been on the ankles of Kone and Rabiot. They've not let them do anything, and I'm just checking their subs. So I'm checking to see that Jean-Philippe Mateta is on the bench for Maxime Lacroix's there. JP's there, JP's there. Yellow card for Barcola is a target, I think, for Manchester United fans. So I don't know if that's going to come. You should probably Tottenham Hotspur going to come and get that as well. Eze's time will come. What are you talking about? Eze's time will come. No, I disagree with that. That's your view and that's your football club, Arsenal. But I've got to tell you this. I'm a Crystal Palace fan, and I'm telling you, Eze's time was last season. It's right now. Eze. For me, for England, for example, Eze needs to start. For me, for England, Dean Henderson needs to start. He's not. He's there. He's now there and there, packaged and there, ready for any manager, whether it's at international or at club level. I am telling you, I'm not biased for or against your football club. I'm just telling you, I've seen enough of Ebrieze, and I'm telling you, whether it's at club level or at international level, the man is not a bench player right now. He starts. If you don't, please just watch him and look after him. So that's all I'm asking the Arsenal fans to do, is one thing, look after him. He signed my shirt the last season that he was at Palace, and I've got so much time for him, not just because of that. But he's an amazing player, man. He was the difference between Crystal Palace in that FA Cup final, for example, against Man City, Pep Guardiola, Haaland, and all that jazz. Okay, and they had their 10 minutes as well. The City manager had to be reminded by Dean Henderson. So as his time will come, he wins the Premier League and reaches a Champions League final. Yeah, he reached the final, but he only came on at 90 minutes. In the Premier League, I guess it's a juggling act. You didn't win the FA Cup. You didn't win the League Cup. You won the Premier League, and you got to give respect to that. But Would I have liked my club won it in the way that you guys won it? No, not my cup of tea. But then that is a bit salty. Probably I would moonwalk on that and say, yeah, okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take the Premier League. Listen to rival fans about Arsenal's winning the. Oh, uh, oh no! Did I just remove it? Listening to rival fans moaning about Arsenal winning the Premier League makes my beer go down much sweeter. I wouldn't have your manager. Listen, I hope this adds a bit of sweetness to your beer right now. Yes, my cup is empty right now, so I'm going to fill it up. I'm going to fill it up because I can see where you're trying to get to. Let, let, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Um, actually, I missed a comment. Listening to rival fans moaning about Arsenal winning the Premier League makes me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get that. Yeah, yeah. If you're including Crystal Palace now as an Arsenal rival, when it comes to trophies, season in, season out, I'm taking that as a compliment all day long. We're about trophies at Crystal Palace. So the next manager, Pierre, hopefully it'll work for him. And I hope the expectation is not just to see Oliver Glasner on the pitch, but a different name on the pitch. Because it don't work like that. It doesn't work like that. He's got to stamp his authority, his way of managing with the squad of players that he's going to inherit. There's going to be a lot of players for Crystal Palace that are going to be because of the World Cup. We've got so many at the World Cup that they may leave. So yes, it's a little bit. Hold on, people. I just got to plug in this tablet, otherwise the second half is not going to work. And I'm going to pour myself a drink as well. Big up to everybody there. Thank you for the questions, Roy Marsh 123. Listen to rival fans moaning about. Yeah, I've done that one. It's it depends which rival fans I presume you're talking about. I suppose if you're talking Premier League rivals, clubs that are rivals to you to win in the Premier League, it would be obviously Liverpool. It would obviously be Manchester City. And Manchester United up there, have they got potential to win the Premier League last season? As an outsider looking into that football club, I think not, because whatever target they seem to go for in the transfer window, someone comes in and just takes it under them. So there's something not right there. Do they really want to back financially Michael Carrick? The word they're sending out from the club is they might be. So I don't know. I don't think Manchester United are ready to win the Premier League, but I could be wrong. I think they've got a good manager, Michael Carrick. When he was managing at Middlesbrough, I remember doing watch along one time for the first division for the Championship, and I was saying that is a good manager. I don't understand why Manchester United don't consider it, and I said it then, and now they did. And look, he's turned things around at their football club. Whether Ineos is going to back them, I don't know. You need to talk to Manchester United fans, but for me, I don't think they're ready. So I think City, Liverpool. And Liverpool just got a problem with their players that they've brought in being injured. And so if they can click back into form, they'll be your rivals for the Premier League next season, I expect, with the squad in depth. And City, Maresca is not going to work at City. He's not going to work. I'm sure he's a good coach, he's a good manager, but Maresca at Manchester City, and I've got a lot of time for Manchester City fans, especially those who used to go to Main Road when I used to go there away as a Crystal Palace fan. I went out there twice, and they know who they are. So those Manchester City fans, I'm telling you, and they know that Maresca's not going to work for them. And the reason why I tell you that, as I say, I've done 2 watch-alongs last season, no, not last season, the season before, where when Maresca was at Chelsea, and he played Chelsea. He played the Albion, the Seagulls, Brighton, at the Amex twice within 1 week, within 7 days. One was a cup competition at the weekend, and they lost that. And then during the week, they played in the Premier League, and he lost them both. And when I see that, I don't know about the Chelsea fans, but as an outsider looking in, and you're talking about trophies at Arsenal, Chelsea have won the Champions League once, twice. And when I see that man losing to Brighton twice within 7 days, I said, no, I don't want that kind of manager anywhere near my football club. And I'm a Crystal Palace fan. Now, Manchester City fans, get ready for some pain, because I don't think some of the players are gonna. What Manchester City now need is somebody like Vincent Kompany, in my opinion. Vincent Kompany. That's the manager they should have went for. But what do I know? So that's your rivals for Arsenal, I think, for the title next season: Liverpool and Manchester City. But Manchester City, boy, I don't rate them. Big up to Roy Marsh says Arsenal were in a right mess when Arteta took over the club in December 2019. I disagree with that, but I'll come back to that. To turn us back into the club challenging for the title was going to take a process over a few seasons. He did that and more. I disagree with those two comments, but I totally respect your comment. And let me just pour a drink because I've been waffling on about. It's still half time, ladies and gentlemen, between Paraguay and France. And I know where to rely. I'm looking at the substitute bench here for France, and literally, it's like your mouth waters at what they've got on the bench. I've got it on the app open. It looks like it's starting. The second half is starting now, ladies and gentlemen. Cheers for that. So, Roy Marsh is saying, Roy Marsh 1234 is saying Arsenal were in the right mess when Arteta took over the club in December 2019. I disagree with that, because when he took over the club, you had, if I'm not mistaken, Pepe, you had Aubameyang, you had oh my days, you had a spine of a winning squad there. Okay. He got rid of those two. Lacazette, he was firing their team there. You had who else did you got rid of down there? Tierney was running really good down there as well, in my opinion. That's how they're looking in. He inherited Unai Emery's building up of a club there, and he walked into a FA Cup final. None of those players were brought in by him. What I would say is, whilst that was going on in 2019, then Edu came was there, starting what you call the process upstairs with Mikel Arteta. And so I disagree with your point. I think you had foundations there already set. You've had to wait, as an Arsenal fan, 5 years, and all those £135 million net spent. 5 years as an Arsenal fan to land a trophy. No Carling Cup, no FA Cup, no Premier League Cup. You've had to wait 6 years, literally, to land a silver. Now, you're an Arsenal fan, so I respect that because you're the champions. But I tell you something, if you're walking down the street for 5 years as an Arsenal fan, yeah, we'll give it 5 years. No. At Palace, as a Palace fan right now, I expect Crystal Palace to win the trophy every season. Every season. Crystal Palace fan demands a trophy every season. Arsenal fan, happy to wait 5 years for a trophy. That's my point. That's why I disagree with your point. But I respect it. And then telling us the process at your football club. The only thing that I would say that the process has worked at your football club at Arsenal is that slowly and steadily, after 5.5 years, 6 years, you've put in foundations to building the squad in there at your football club. The problem that you've got is the manager does not understand how to field and how to outbeat the opponent manager, i.e. PSG, with the flair players that he had in his squad available. Victor Gyökeres, from his starts in your club, Ebrieze starts at your football club. Not because I say so as an outsider looking into your football club, it's because look how efficiently they were, even how negatively football Arsenal players played last season in the Premier League. They were pivotal for you winning the Premier League. Surely you must agree with that. So some of that you should have applied that in the in the in that Champions League final. But then what do I know? Because obviously that's my take on it. Big up to your questions there, Roy Marsh. I really appreciate that. Mbappe, I'm just checking the substitutions at halftime, ladies and gentlemen. There's been no substitutions here. Mikel Elise has been chopped up. He's been chopped up. The referee's gone over and he's pointed to the opposition player that fouled Elise. No good pointing. Take your card out. Take your card out. The only yellow card has been to France. Who's the referee? It's I don't know where he is. I don't know where he's from. I don't recognise him. We had the top French referee last night between Ghana and Crystal Palace. So I hope that's answering your questions okay, Roy Marsh. That's a Crystal Palace fan, but so far, take the process over the few seasons. A few seasons. That's 5 years that you guys are willing to walk down the street, willing to walk down the Holloway Road, saying, you know what, it's okay. I'll wait 5 years before we challenge for a trophy. No, as a Crystal Palace fan, I'm not doing that. I am not doing that. And I expect the Crystal Palace fans that go to all the home matches and away matches at Selhurst Park, which I haven't been done. I didn't do that last season. I did the season before that. And I didn't even do all the away fixtures. So the home and away fans at Crystal Palace at Selhurst Park, they all demand a trophy like now, this year coming now, this season coming now. In fact, it should be on order. But they've no. That's how I see football anyway. So big up to you, Roy Marsh. That was the tech process of a few seasons and did that and more. I think you build the right foundations, but change your manager now. Bring in a manager now that can elevate the foundations that what you've done. I'm going to put this to you, Arsenal fans. Do you want to wait another 5 years for Mikel Arteta to get it right to land that Champions League final? I don't see that happening, but maybe that's how the club runs. I don't know. You know your club better than I'll ever do. But I ain't waiting 5 years for a trophy now. Hell no, as they say. Big up to here we go. I can see Palace flirting with relegation next season. I need a drink before I answer that question because I am, as a Palace fan, the first thing that Palace fans do at the beginning of every season, before the season start, you should look and see when you're playing Brighton home and away. End of. Number two, what you're looking for as a Palace fan, I've always said this, you look at the last 5 or 10 fixtures and we got a nice run in at the end of the season. So I'm cool with that. We ain't got the top 6 clubs, if you like, as they call them, all at the end of the season. So I'm taking that. The third thing is Premier League status survival. And then the fourth thing is, for me, I'm saying trophy. It's just how I've always been as a Palace fan. You're saying that I can see Palace flirting with relegation next season, and I'm not going to go. Okay, let's do the whole thing, so we get in context what you're saying. Corner coming in here. Do you know what? Paraguay defending really well, and that's a foul there, isn't it? Paraguay have done their manager, Gustavo Alfaro, he's done his homework. And France they're not clicking. They're not clicking into how they were clicking the last game. The last game, and I have to mention this, condolences to the champs. Here we go, it's France. Oh, nearly. The last match, my understanding, he was away from that fixture because his mother had passed away. and professionally as all the French players are. Oh, side netting, ladies and gentlemen, and the goalkeeper's gone down. Everyone's gone down. But the player's gone down. The goalie's gone down. They want to. Do Paraguay want to play for penalties here? I don't know. I don't know. Big up to everyone. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. Mbappe, why did Mbappe let the ball bounce twice? Not that I know more than Mbappe, but I'm just saying, if you're in the World Cup and you got a chance to shoot once the ball bounces, just shoot, man. If you got what you got in the locker or what Mbappe has, just shoot. Oh, the French player just landed on the chest of the goalkeeper of Paraguay. That doesn't look very, very, very nice to me. Okay, where were we? Roy Marsh says, I can see 1, 2, 3. I can see Palace flirting with the relegation next season. I can see the relegation with next season. The players will see Palace's lack of ambitions by allowing Glazers to leave after. Oh, I've lost it. So I've got to keep my finger on it. Oh, so annoying. By allowing the Glazers to leave after so much success. I think I'm getting the point what you're saying. I've lost the comment. Oh, please don't tell me I've deleted it. Ah. There it is. I can see Palace is flirting with relegation next season. The players will see Palace's lack of ambitions by allowing Glasner to leave after so much success. Oh, I missed. There it is. Success. They need a good start of the season for sure. I agree with that. And the first part of your comment there, yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried because a lot of the Crystal Palace players, Chadid Ria didn't play earlier on today, although they beat Canada. He's picked up a knock. He's busted his kneecap somewhere. And I love Chadid Ria. When he either plays for Morocco or he plays for Crystal Palace. What an amazing talent he is. He's developing, he's getting there. But so one thing, we're going to get players back injured. Number two, we're going to get players that are playing. At the moment, we've got Jean-Philippe Mateta. He's playing second fiddle to Mbappe. I can see that. There's a pecking order. Mbappe's been on fire up to this match. He ain't getting the service here. He's not creating up. Mbappe is not linking up with Elise, Dembele, and Barcola keeps on fouling everybody there. Maybe he's got the jinx now, Barcola, the way he's been playing today in this match here. Oh, goalkeeper making saves there. Paraguay are limiting this football starting side of France to attacks from outside the area. That is how good Paraguay are playing. Barcola, I think his head is in the mist because he's been trying to be poached by Manchester United. And I just think the club is jinxed at the moment, that football club. Not because of the club, but the fans. Because they keep throwing all their players and all their managers underneath the bus there. If you know, you know. I'm not even joking about that. I think maybe that's what's clouding him in this match. So am I worried? Yes, because we're going to get injured players back. We don't know what we're going to get back that's going to be fit. And number two, the ones that come fit, they may be looking to move elsewhere because there's interest. If we lose, in my opinion, Munoz, JP, and Walton, Maxime Dequoy as well, throw him in there. And Dean Henderson is not going anywhere. I think they're negotiating him another contract. But he's the best England goalkeeper in the Premier League, in my opinion. English. We lose those kind of 4 or 5 players. Yeah, we're going to struggle. We are going to struggle. So I'm sure the club and Parish and all those people there, they're looking to build on the foundation from last season to make sure they land that Europa League. I mean, if Tottenham Hotspur can win the Europa League, come on. Palace, man, they can do it, man. With the Crystal Palace away fans, which I didn't go to last season, they'll get it over the line. Do you know what I mean? Palace Ultras, they'll get it over the line. If you know, you know. Yeah, so that's a good comment. I like that. It's a hurtful one because it makes you think, as a Palace fan, what we're going to get back. Paraguay are although they look like at times they're playing not just 4 or 5 at the back, maybe 6 at the back here, they are frustrating France from that transition from defense to attack. They can't go around uh, the Paraguay backline because there's literally so many of them along the backline. The intensity off the ball by Paraguay is good enough, and they're not incurring yellow cards. They're stopping up the link-up play between Lise, Dembele, up towards the likes of Mbappe. So, do they need to change it up a bit? Bring on JP? Boy, that's one to take. But at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, it's 0-0. Are we about to see a shocker? Are we about to see a shocker? France, for me, in this World Cup, has been about their flair players running the team, running the show. And at the moment, Paraguay are stopping them from doing that successfully. Big up to Roy Marsh 123. Roy Marsh 1234, I should say, says the signing of Elliot Anderson from Forest to Man City. Yeah, that's insane. That is insane. Maybe that's what got Glasner to go over there, because he's been told, oh, we've got money to spend as well, because obviously we've just sold some of the players. So he's going to a squad where they've lost some good players, and that's a good save by the goalkeeper there. France have been limited from attacking from outside the I think this is hydration. That's a substitution going on. The signing of Elliot Anderson from Forest to City shows intent, but Maresca won't know how to do with that. He won't know how to do with big players, big names. The fact of the matter is, look what he did to Chelsea. Look at the mess that he left Chelsea. It's not going to work for Maresca at City. I'm not just jinxing it. I'm just saying I've seen too much of that manager of the previous club at Chelsea when his team was playing against Brighton, and he couldn't work it out. He won't last. Maresca will not be at the Man City at the end of the season for City. They should have gone for Vincent Kompany. They should have broken but he's stuck at the Bayern Munich, obviously, in my opinion. Arsenal, what's this? City shows they have a very strong squad now, and Arsenal need to make some statement signings in coming weeks. Yeah, you lost Trossard. I heard that Trossard is leaving. Signings in the coming weeks to show the level of intent. The thing is, you used to have Edu and Mikel Arteta. I think those two were like this. Like the umbilical cord between those two guys was not broken. But I think now you got some other guy there in charge at Arsenal. I see a picture of him, but I can't remember his name. And I'm thinking to myself, is he in sync with Mikel Arteta's process? Whatever that may be, whatever that may mean, you'd have to ask the Arsenal fans, because I don't know, I'm a Palace fan. But for me, as an outsider looking in, the process for Mikel Arteta was 5 years, no trophies. And I don't know, you need to get those two synced up. The guy making the deals, the guy making the deals at Arsenal, I think that proves your point. They need to make some signings there. The squad in depth. What do you mean you don't like Pepe? Never mention that name to me again in my presence. All right, then I won't mention the name. I'll just do that. Big up to you. Listen, you had a player there, man. I remember when your club had that player and you guys were firing and you got to the FA Cup final. And in the Premier League that season, I think something happened. No, it was the season after, was that? I think it was the season after. And Pepe was deemed to have made the mistake. And Mikel Arteta publicly criticised his own player, i.e. like ending his contract, like literally terminating his contract. He didn't terminate his contract publicly, but he blamed the loss on Pepe. And I don't think managers should do that publicly. because they're there working for you. And the second point, which is the more crucial one, you're the first one to pick him in the first place to work in your side. So you got it wrong. So you're not happy with Pepe. Uh, uh, um, your manager didn't know how to play him, didn't know how to get the best out of him. Only criticise him publicly, if I'm not mistaken. Arteta won the FA Cup in May 2020. Yes, 2020. We're in 2026. And if you're happy to wait 5 years for a trophy, then that's you, mate. Not me. I'm a Palace fan. I need trophy every season. Every season. It's nowhere near as impressive as winning the Premier League. City weren't firing on all cylinders. And Liverpool had too many injuries. But a win is a win. Listen, I'm not disrespecting you're the champions. I'm not disrespecting that. I acknowledge that. Would I have liked my football club to win the Premier League that way? No, but I would have taken the Premier League title. Of course I would have. But it's just no. And my ending on that, I said that a minute ago. I just will not have your manager at my Crystal Palace. No. You find me a Crystal Palace fan that would go, yes. Let's get Mikel Arteta in. No, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. It will never happen. Hope I don't just jinx that. Oh my days. Anyway, big up to you though. Cup final was a great but true test of any team winning the league. It took 5 years for 5.5 years for your manager to get a process done. A negative football, may I add. But they did play the flair players as well in the Premier League last season. That's what just baffles me. He could have put some of that in your PSG final. But just for winning the league, for me, it's look. I'll give the respects that you won the Premier League, but the way you've won it, not my cup of tea. Even Jurgen Klopp, who's a very experienced manager, he's saying some of the way you guys grappled onto players on set pieces, if they were doing that in this World Cup, they would have all got sent off. They wouldn't have counted those goals. Here is France. Oh, that's a foul, isn't it? No, it's not. 63 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Paraguay 0. Big up to Roy Marsh there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I hope I'm answering your questions okay about Arsenal and whatnot. I had Arsenal to win 2 to 3 goals to 0. Show how much I know. Listen, Roy Marsh, I'm with you. I had France to win 1-4. I think. 4-1 in this fixture. But you got to give credit where it's due. It's 0-0. They've not incurred any yellow cards. Paraguay. They've had to change the defender on 58 minutes. Alderente came off and Canale came on, and their number 9 or their forward player Asensio has been replaced by Caballero, and the yellow card for Barcola, who's linked to I think Manchester United. He's been subbed by Doué, but on the bench, just look at the bench for France, and here we go. They're trying to walk the ball through here, France. And look at the breakaway. Look at this transition from defense to attack by Paraguay. They're running the team. They're running him down. Look at this. This is, if I'm not mistaken, that is, ladies and gentlemen, Almiron. He was extradited from Newcastle now. He played for them a long time. You know what? Newcastle, he left Newcastle at the right time. When Almiron was at Newcastle never lost to Arsenal twice, ever, and didn't finish below Arsenal. The man leave Newcastle, and Newcastle fans had to endure losing to Sunderland fans, home and away, and finishing below them. Imagine this is Almiron. Almiron is running the thing, is running the show against France. The liberty. I don't think any. You know what will probably happen is that Tottenham Hotspur fans out there will say, you know what, can we get We can go and buy Almiron. I know his legs are going, but we'll buy him anyway. We'll go and pay £100 million for him. You know what the Tottenham fans are like. If you know, you know. Well, hold on a minute. I had France. So because Roy Marsh says any major signing for Palace yet? Listen, we're trying to hold on to our players. That's our major signing right now. That we don't get linked to nothing. We're holding on to dear life at the moment. And there's a big up to Roy Marsh, 1, 2, 3, 4. And here comes the other lot from the other side of the marshes. Daniel 990, come on, you Spurs says France have been shocking. Absolutely. I mean, Almiron is running the show here. Is this a penalty? Is this a penalty, ladies and gentlemen? VAR review. Possible penalty. The only way that France can get a win over Paraguay, it looks like it's going to be a penalty. He's gone to the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what the man has to say. Oh, shoot, I haven't got my... Number 8. Tripped. It's a penalty. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my days. Unbelievable. That's what I was saying. Diego Gomez. There's too many Diegos now. Back in the day, there was just one Diego's. Diego C. Pelez. Diego Maradona. And yeah, that is a penalty. That's a penalty. Was there contact though? I don't think there was any contact. But he did put his legs. It's not like the leg took. It's not like Diego Gomez's leg took out. Am I that far behind? You guys are ahead, man. So crucial here, this penalty. There's argy-bargy going on. Will he score Mbappe? And they're protecting the penalty spot here. Please hit a like. Big up to Daniel90. Thank you for dropping in. And Roy Marsh there. I'm coming to your quotes in there. Daniel90, I think Mbappe about to take a penalty here. He'll go to the right. Mbappe will go to the right. Let's see if they get it. Let's see if he gets it. I imagine last in 70 minutes, Almiron was running the show. From open play, you would say Paraguay. You know what? Argentina nearly got knocked out by Cape Verde. What an amazing performance by Cape Verde. And France is just surviving by their... Oh, it's all kicking off here. They're trying to put him off. I think my live feed is very slow, a few minutes behind, because I've still got it. They haven't taken it where I am. And he scored. Kylian Mbappe has scored. There you go. The only way they can win is by a dodgy penalty. Big up to everyone there. Roy Marsh 123 says, so France are leading 1-0 against Paraguay there on 72 minutes. Well, there you go. Trossard is 31 years old now. That was part of the process of Mikel Arteta. May I just add that? Trossard's 31-year-old now. It's time to get a younger, established player to move us up to the next level. But he has been a great, reliable player for us. 3.5 years at the club. He goes away with the Premier League title. So, I'm sorry, I've just seen the repeat there. And Diego Gomez, he did stick his leg out in front of the French player. But I don't think there was any contact. I think this should be... He's been substituted now, Gomez. For me, if the referee hasn't seen the contact, if he can't see that there's contact, either in the live or in the feedback, if he can't definitively say that there was contact, you can't give a penalty. But because he looks like he was diving. Almiron has been substituted, so it looks like France are going to scrape through this one by the skin of their teeth. So yeah, Trossard is leaving. I saw that. Will they bring in a replacement for him, or will they trust the process and do what they've got? I don't know. Arteta had to rebuild the squad. No, He didn't rebuild it. He removed the previous one that won him a trophy. He didn't keep the flair players, and if I'm not mistaken, uh, and here we go. Players to great, what's that? I think to build the squad, we had average players on great contracts, and it took a few seasons to move these players on. It was a process. Our squad now is miles better than we had in 2019. No, but you're contradicting yourself, mate. You're saying that Arteta had to rebuild it. No, 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 no. There's a difference of inheriting a squad and making them click. Making them click as players leave. That is what Oliver Glasner did. What your manager did, Arteta, at Arsenal was he had a team that won him, that gifted him an FA Cup, and then he completely destroyed that. Building a team is one thing when you're working with the squad enough that you've got and you make them into a winning team. That is a rebuild. That is a rebuild. What Mikel Arteta, that team that you won the Premier League title with, was won by, whether you like it or not, Arsenal fans, by Edu and the set piece coach at Arsenal. Real talk. Real talk. Okay? That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. So that's not a rebuild by Arteta. I'm not trying to give him no credit. I'm just saying I just wouldn't have him at Palace. I wouldn't have him. I would not have that man in my Palace. No, 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 no. I don't like to see negative football. It's not my cup of tea. Mbappe there, it's been smug. I think one of the Paraguayan players is reminding him this hydration break. I wonder if they're going to bring hydration breaks into the Premier League next season. I hope they don't. It's going to kick off, mate. And 29. Goal for France at last. Yeah, says Roy Marsh. Big up to Roy Marsh in the chat. Yes, you're right. And then 80% possession for France. But this is how good Paraguay have been to frustrate them. And from open play, they need a penalty themselves, or maybe a set piece, maybe Paraguay. But I think they've got a soft penalty there, France there, and that's why they've got the lead. Paraguay have no shots. They've not had a chance to get a shot on goal. France have totally dominated this match, but they were behind. They were frustrated. Do you know what I don't like about Mbappe? It's just that I don't take about his skills and that. But sometimes he comes across as too smug. And I just don't like a player like that. Just be a bit humble. I mean, you're a football player. That's all you are. You're a very, very, very good football player. I should add to that. But you're still just a human being. But sometimes he just comes across a bit as smug. Maybe that's just the cameras portraying him. Maybe I don't know or done my research enough about him. Would I say no to him at Crystal Palace? Of course I wouldn't say no. But there you go. Big up to everyone in the chat. Thank you for all the comments. A massive thank you there. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace. Paraguay 0, France 1. A valiant effort by Paraguay to try and keep it away France at bay. But it took a soft penalty. Diego Gomez. It would have to be a Diego in it to ruin the thing now. Diego Gomez stuck his leg out, and France got a very soft penalty, in my opinion. I agree with the Paraguayan manager there saying it was a dive, mate. It was a dive. My beer's going down sweeter than listening to you. Listen. Let me tell you something, Arsenal fans out there. It was See how Ebrieze lifted the Premier League title for your football club at Selhurst Park, right? The shame of Arsenal fans, the shame on you, every single one of you, to sit there silently for 90 minutes whilst the man was sitting on the bench for you in that PSG final. No, no, no. I'm holding on to that moment. I'm holding on to that moment, Arsenal fans. I ask you to do one thing. I'm not saying that I do, and I don't want to understand your football club, but I've asked Arsenal fans to do just one thing, and that's just to look out for this Ebrieze, because he ain't getting better. He's there at the top of his game right now. And he's supposed to have gone to you lot. Yes, okay, you won the Premier League title and he lifted it at Selhurst Park. But then to slap him for 90 minutes on the Arsenal bench in a Champions League final? That is shameful. Shameful, Arsenal fans. So there you go. There you go. There you go. And cheers to you. Cheers to you. Unbelievable scenes there. 80 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. France won, Paraguay won. Please hit like and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. And if you're new, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace. Thank you very much for all the new subscribers recently. A shame of Arsenal fans. have you got a stage show? Listen, no, it's not a stage show. Even Jurgen Klopp agrees with me. Some of the decisions that went your way last season, I'm not salty about it. I'm like, what the hell's going on with my props? This is you, man. This is you, because it's red. You guys, what are you doing to my props here? What are you guys doing? That's the Arsenals. That's the Arsenal fans dropping my props. Oh, here we go again. What's going on here? That's the Arsenal fans doing that. That's karma there, probably going on there. What's wrong with you, man? Just stay there. What's wrong with you? By the way, Arsenal fans, I know you haven't won a trophy at Wembley for a long time, a very long time. Actually, let me add another a very, very, very long time. See these two flag poles there? See these two flags there? There and there? I know it's rude to point, but Arsenal fans, that is what I was waving. That's right. That's what I was waving. Look into my eye. FA Cup final when Ebrieze, as a flair player, won Crystal Palace the FA Cup. Okay? Real team. Real team. Also, I know you guys have forgotten about winning at Wembley because your manager has taken 5 or 6 years. We can't remember the last time he won anything. You know what I mean? That's what he is. That's what he is. That's probably what he is. Absolutely shameful. How can you put Ebbs? Ebbs is not a bench player. I'm telling you. If you're saying that Ebbs, if any Arsenal fan tells me that Ebrieze is a bench player in Europe or in the Premier League, respect your point, but you're wrong. You're wrong on the man. That Mark Gahey been put on the bench would if Pep Guardiola would have got to the Champions League final, he wouldn't have put Mark Gahey on the bench. Pep Guardiola, Mikel Arteta. Big difference. Please hit like and subscribe at Diego C. Palace if you are new. Thank you very much for all your comments thus far. France are winning 1-0. France 1, Paraguay 0. And I don't see any way. Just looking at the bench for Paraguay, they brought on Mauricio on for Gomez, Alvaros as well, Avalos for Almiron, and I can't see any names on the bench for Paraguay that's shouting at me, bring me on so I can score an equaliser here. So, yellow card now. See, now the French players are chopping up the Paraguayan players. Just tripped. The man is stretching out for a ball, and then the French player comes along and just takes his leg away. That's a contact there. There's a contact there. There was not such thing as that kind of contact for the penalty for France. That's why I'm saying that France had a soft penalty. If you know, you know. Unbelievable. Paraguay nil, France 1. I'm kind of hoping they can bring, well, they won't bring Maxim Lecoy really. I mean, that back line for France, Upamecano with Saliba, it'd be hard. Maxim Lecoy, one day he'll fit in there, but he could do a job just as good, if not better, than any of those two. Um, of course, Saliba of Arsenal there, and then also they've got Kunde and Dingue either side there. I'd like to see Maxim Lecoy just getting there. What? Do West Ham back up to the Premier League next season? Do you know what? I don't think there's going to be anything left of them. Everyone, whether you're South or North London football fan, everyone's going to have the popcorn for the home and away fixture between West Ham and Millwall. Just watching those two set of fans going at each other. I mean, you know what's so funny as well? It's Tottenham Hotspur fans. They paid, was it 68, 60, nearly 70 million pounds for one of the West Ham players. Even Manchester United fans couldn't sign him. Okay, I'll shut up. You started this about the West Ham. Do they make it back up? I don't know how the new ownership is going to run the show there. They're going to have loads of money because a lot of people, they're going to get a lot of people off the payroll. I think that'll be the first thing they do. Any player that's earning anything between 70 and £200,000 a week, if that's what they've got on the payroll, the new West Ham ownership is saying, "Nah, you're gone. We're gonna get rid of you, especially if you're not playing regularly." Substitution here coming in for France. It looks like that's Cherokee coming off on Dembele. He had a solid game there, but he was tamed. He was tamed by Paraguay. Whoever the next opponent is for France, they'll be looking at how Paraguay kept France at bay for 70 minutes. Make no mistake about it. I'll have a look in a minute to see who that is. Do West Ham come up next Premier League season? It's difficult. I tell you that. See, you're an Arsenal fan. To get out of the Championship after you drop down, it's no small feat. It's a really demanding, challenging league, the Championship, and I've always said this about West Ham fans: they should never have left Upton Park. If they can survive the home and okay, let me tell you this: if West Ham don't beat Millwall home and away, they're not coming back up. But then, what players do they have and what not? I don't know. You'd have to talk to West Ham fans. But I would have thought the first thing that I know they get parachute payments and all that jazz. Apparently, the parachute payment for a club going from the Premier League to the Championship is more than any football club winning the Serie A, the Italian football league. In comparison, it's peanuts what they win over there. If West Ham don't beat Millwall home and away, they ain't coming back up. I've worked with West Ham fans and they do rub it on like I do a little bit. West Ham will have some games when half of the stadium will be empty. Be sad wake up call for the owners and support. Well, the thing is, I've got to be careful what I say about the previous West Ham owners because there's a court challenge going on. But as we speak, twofold. Changing too many managers, and they had a few injuries. They had a player, didn't they have a player that played forward and he was in a car crash? You can't put that on the owners or on the managers. That's just an accident that happened. I think it's Antonio, someone called Antonio. I could be wrong. About that. You take a club out of all right, you're an Arsenal fan. Let me put this to you. you know when you were taken when you moved out of Highbury. Since then, that's how long it's since then to the present day. That's like how long it's taken you to win the Premier League. But then, amazing stadium that you got. Is the Arsenal Stadium better than the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium? I think for football, um, I think they're both all right. Maybe the match is about for all other sports. I think the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium has is miraging more of the capability of what Wembley has to offer. So um, the not even big up to Daniel. I knew he'll come in for that. It's not at the same level. Yeah, look, you know, the thing is though, it can be said that West Ham, sorry, not West Ham. Antonio broke both of his legs. Yeah, he was unlucky to be alive. That was a man. I saw the picture of the car, and you're thinking, damn. I think if that might have been, yeah, that could have been even worse there. So, but I don't think that defined why they went down. Um, as bad as that is in itself. But for me, Roy Marsh, the West Ham, if they don't beat, as I say, if they don't beat Millwall home and away, they ain't coming back up. We'll have to see what's left of it and who's there and what not. Um, but it's okay because Manchester United fans and Tottenham Hotspur fans are in duels of the leftovers there. So um, we'll see a different type of Herman Hernandez at Tottenham Hotspur, and I think that will click. I think that will click. Um, the Tonali signing for and Heckle, they've got another player as well. But the signing of Tonali, uh, because they've got an Italian manager at Tottenham Hotspur. But I've said this before. I don't understand Tottenham Hotspur, but they keep throwing their managers underneath the bus. Why did you get rid of Ange Postecoglou, and why you got rid of Daniel Levy? I'll never know. I'm not even saying that to wind anybody up. I'm just saying they both. I'm not going to go through it again. The stadium, the structure of the club, and Ange Postecoglou, he landed on the trophy. Give him the players, and now they've got an Italian player there, and all I'll say is that I've always said this. There's an umbilical cord with a certain section of the Tottenham Hotspur fans between themselves and Mauricio Pochettino, and they're still together. Oh, Paraguay nearly scored there. Good attempt there by Paraguay there. The best stadium in the country, low. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Daniel? Big up. I knew he was going to come in. Roy Marsh there. Be like, yeah, see, the Premier League's striker and the family really need one. Yeah, that was the difficult one there for West Ham. So I hope he's recovered. Whether he can come back to put boots on grass after that injury, I don't know. I don't know. Is he still on the books at West Ham? I don't know. I haven't done my research on that, I have to say. And Daniel 90, come on, your Spurs says, not even close. I have the best stadium in the country. No. What are you talking? No. The best match day experience for any Premier League, FA Cup, European tie is for the Tottenham Hotspur fans to come away at Selhurst Park. There is good food, good beer, good wine, good spirits. There is good of everything. Everything that's good of South London. You get it at Selhurst Park. The staff at Crystal Palace, they will bucket fill your experience as a match day experience at Selhurst Park. About Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is the best. Yes, you'll get nice prawn sandwiches and the canapé of the. You wait until we build our main stand. We're going to put the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium to shame. That's right. I said it. But no. You might have no. You got facilities, good facilities, but the match day experience, hell no. Crystal Palace at Selhurst Park. We do it. We do it right. We do it right. We do it right. We do a trophy every season. I'm going to get in trouble. Big up to Daniel coming in there. What Jules, Manchester United, am I bitch? You know what? I don't. Manchester United fans, what is going on with your transfer window? I mean, no, it's actually, there's no going on. That's it. Tottenham Hotspur fans are actually have got the Manchester United fans on a leash. That's right. I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to get in so much trouble. Oh dear. Roy Bush says, best stadium in the world that Spurs would only win 2 home games in the Premier League last season. There you go. Now, I can't vouch because I wasn't at either of the stadiums last season, so I can't. I'm one of those fans. If you haven't been there to see it and feel it, then you can have an opinion. But if you ain't lived it and you ain't been there, so I wasn't at the home and away fixtures for Tottenham Hotspur fans and obviously the Arsenal fans because I'm a Crystal Palace fan. I wasn't even there for the Crystal Palace season anyway. So what do I have to say on that? But this quote here is like Roy Marsh 1234 says. Uh, uh, Best stadium in the world, and he's a gentleman is an Arsenal fan. It's the best world in the stadium that Spurs have 2 home games in the Premier League all season. Yeah, but you're missing one point there, Roy Marsh. They just spent £100 million like it's loose change. Now, if it clicks, come November, if Tottenham Hotspur are like 6 or 9 points ahead of Arsenal. You know what I mean? And they're not stopped. They haven't even finished. They ain't even gone past halfway. I know Arsenal fans, I know you're saying that because of last season, but I'm just saying for now. Tottenham Hotspur fans, Tottenham have gone from buying players at the lower end of the pay scale for what they wanted, yeah? They never signed Eze. They never, you know what I mean? To try and compete for players like that. They didn't get it. But I've got to say this, Tottenham Hotspur fans. Tottenham Hotspur went from buying those kind of players to now buying at top end. But in my opinion, as you're pointing out, Roy Marsh, Tottenham finished low in the league. And if Tonali, as an example, if he's earning between 250 to 300,000 pounds a week, I wouldn't say no to that. That kind of cool, damn. Regardless of the stadium or not, I mean, like, oh my days. So I'm telling you, Arsenal fans out there, Tottenham Hotspur fans have not, and probably Daniel will echo this on this. They ain't finished shopping. They're not even gone through half of the shopping list just yet. So it's still 1-0 to France, where it got 10 minutes of added time. Unbelievable scenes. Please hit like and subscribe at Diego C. Palace if you're new. Daniel says, yeah, but your beers don't pour from the bottom. Listen, we have beer festivals at Selhurst Park. It gets packed out. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Listen, you guys can't compare with the match experience at I get it. But look, the only titles that I see handed out at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium was when Anthony Joshua handed the titles over to Usyk. That's the only titles that I see there. You know what I mean? I'm just being real people. That's all I'm saying, man. You know what I mean? So for best football match day experience, come to Selhurst Park, man. Get a VIP ticket at Crystal Palace. Man, they should be sponsoring me, man. The way I speak about Crystal Palace. I'll tell you something. The best match day experience is at Selhurst Park, not at the Emirates, and definitely across the marshes, definitely not at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. You know what? Back in the day, you could park for free around the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium at White Hart Lane. Now, you can't even park up and go, oh, France nearly got a second. Oh, what a goalkeeper there. Goalkeeper there making 2 stops there. Young goalkeeper there for Paraguay. He looks a good goalkeeper. Do you know that the Cape Verde goalkeeper, he's a free agent. He ain't got no work. He can't get a job. The goalkeeper for Cape Verde has no contract right now. He would walk. Oh my God, probably Tottenham will go and get that as well. You're based on Port. Just make sure Spurs have your usual 3 points ready when we turn up next season. Do you know what? I think that is what people are going to be on about. Oh, it's all kicking off. Elise, Elise just done a hook up there. Elise had a kick, and then the other player comes into him. It got into his face. Oh, is Elise going to get a red card here? Don't mess with Michael Elise, man. Don't mess with him, man. Believe me, don't mess with him. He's South London, mate. Elise gets a yellow card. Why is he getting a yellow card? The other guy came in his face. He's just self-defense. Don't mess with him. He's from South London, mate. Stadium. I missed it. Just make Spurs have our usual 3 points ready when we turn up. Listen, that's it. Arsenal versus Tottenham Hotspur. Who's going to get the 3 points either at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium or at their Emirates, and vice versa, for home and away fixtures for that. There's 2 fixtures there. And if Tottenham Hotspur do what Sunderland fans did to Newcastle, yeah, where's your process now? No, you're going to have to wait another 5 years for another trophy. Real talk. Daniel, only the start. This is what I'm talking about. I know he's a Spurs fan, Daniel, but I'm just saying, as a Crystal Palace fan, these Tottenham Hotspur fans, man, they ain't even got halfway down their shopping list, and they're doing what Blackburn did back in the day. In the Premier League back in the day. I remember the Liverpool fans and the Manchester United fans saying, oh, Blackburn, they've won, they've booked the league, they booked Alan Shearer and all that shit. You know what I mean? I know we're going way back, but you get my point. Now, the Achilles heel, that's full time, ladies and gentlemen, the Achilles heel for, in my opinion, for Tottenham Hotspur is that they threw Ange Postecoglou underneath the bus. I mean, and they threw Daniel Levy underneath the bus. They did a parade in North London, and they were saying we're champions of Europe. They were telling the Arsenal fans, when are you going to sing that? Ange did it in 2 years. Arteta was there for 5 years, 6 years, and at that point he hadn't landed no trophy. Real talk. But Daniel 90 says the stadium prints money. Yeah, they're taking like between 3.5 and 4.5 million on gate tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, they did finish Paraguay 0, France 1. I'm going to find out who they're going to play next, because I'm intrigued to see how they will approach. Whoever plays France next, they're going to look and see how Paraguay kept France at bay for 70 a good hour at bay. Right, let's go. Money. Roy Marsh says here, the best players will not make decisions about their futures until the World Cup is over. That's even the top teams in Europe will make their moves. You know what? I was thinking about that, but a lot of deals have gone over whilst this World Cup has gone through. And so a lot of deals were already in the pipeline. The way that once officially, legally, I suppose, that when clubs can approach other players of other football clubs within the rules and setups of different football federations and whatnot, then deals start to roll. But as the World Cup was running, there's been deals going on as well. So we don't have to wait until the end of the World Cup. It's already happening now. Look at Tottenham Hotspur. Van der Beek, I think Van Eckel, and it's all kicking off. Are they fighting? I think they're still fighting. I think that they've got the guards up. I will protect Elise. It's kicking off. The players are still kicking off. They're still a bit Sao Paulo there. What's going on here? Now, the match is over, man. The whistle's gone, man. There's no need to fight no more. It's a game of football, man. Especially if you're going into the next round. You need to make sure someone should just grab Elise and just go over to your crowds. But I tell you something, next season it'll be interesting to see how Tottenham Hotspur deal. Do you know what I am going to look at, because the fixtures are out for the Premier League next season, and I tell you something, if Tottenham Hotspur beat Arsenal home and away next season, like what Sunderland did to Newcastle, because of the way they've started spending this transfer window, and it clicks. The Achilles heel for Tottenham Hotspur fans, in my opinion, as a Crystal Palace fan, is that they always seem to somehow throw. They're not patient backing their players, even if they're trying to push through limits. Um, but what do I know? It just feels like they throw them underneath the bus too early. You got to back your players, man. Well, if I paid £100 million for a player, man, I'd be like, okay, let's get the best out of this guy. That's the point I'm trying to make. Will the Tottenham's Hotspur players back Tonali? Um, uh, that's what they've spent so far. It's not even. It's probably a third of what they're looking to spend, in my opinion. And boy, we'll see. We'll see. Arsenal versus Tottenham and Tottenham versus Arsenal next season. I'm going to look at those fixtures, and I tell you, if the 3 points land towards Tottenham Hotspur, that will be statement wins. If you know, you know. When Sunderland beat Newcastle home and away, those were statement wins, in my opinion. Like in boxing, if you know what I mean. The best players will not make a decision until the figures, the futures until I've read this after the World Cup is over. I disagree with that. I used to think like that, but no, they already made decisions already. That's when the top teams in Europe will make the moves. I used to think like that, but I think the way now, not so much of the special agents, but if a player does successfully do well in the World Cup and they're looking, for example, Lerma, who signed my shirt there, he's looking, maybe he might be attracted to someone else. If he can get a better deal elsewhere, those players on year and a bit off, they may be able to work something out with the club. And so that's why I say Pierre Sarge at Crystal Palace, I need to see what he's going to be having on Thursday at pre-season. So yeah, I used to think that way, but I think it's changed now. By the time Spurs pay off that stadium, I thought Spurs had pay off the stadium. I didn't think that Tottenham Hotspur were in debt. I've not read anywhere that Tottenham Hotspur are in debt. And the owners have been taking too many dividends without the club being successful. So my understanding is Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is done. I think that is ticked. I haven't heard it, but if you're saying that it isn't, then Arsenal will have an 80,000 stadium extension finished. Listen, Tottenham Arsenal fans out there, Ian Wright last season said, "Why is it so quiet in his own stadium?" Right, this is your Ian Wright, okay? So, if you have another 10 or 15,000 to your capacity for the women's games at the Emirates, it's absolutely it's brilliant. But for the men's, you just sit. I think the Arsenal fans just go to the Emirates. Maybe they're all tourist fans, football fans. I don't know, but they just go there to take a selfie. Okay, they won the Premier League, but oh my days, 6 years, all that money spent at Palace. We want trophies every season. Every season. We ain't gonna wait 5 years. Hell no. Roy Moss says, where are Blackburn now? Be careful. Be very careful when you say that. Be very careful. Any football fan that has not experienced one or two, and I've experienced two relegations, be very careful when you say that. Manchester City fans will tell you that. Mind you, who knows with what was it, the thing they're doing about the 115, wherever it is. Where are Blackburn now? Well, there you go. But it's be careful when you say that. I don't think Arsenal will get relegated anytime soon. But then you wouldn't have said that Tottenham Hotspur had or could have been relegated last season. But maybe with a little help with David Moyes and Everton in that fixture, that helped West Ham and not helped West Ham, I should say. Make sure the most match day revenue in the Premier League We make shitloads of money outside of the football, and now people are seeing just how much we really can flex the transfer market within the rules. Tottenham are doing that. They're not getting caught up with these like Chelsea. I think Chelsea, Aston Villa, and someone else recently got fined for breaking certain rules and fair play and all that jazz. Um, and yes, I can confirm, ladies and gentlemen, Paraguay nil, France won. Very soft penalty. And Kylian Mbappe, they're doing what he had to do. But that's the only way they got past Paraguay. You know what I mean? Anyone who's going to face France, look at this match here. Real talk. It's undoubtedly it's a money machine. They've orchestrated, and this is why I'm not adding salt into anything. I'm just saying, why did Tottenham Hotspur fans get rid of Daniel Levy? Because the reason why they're making such inward revenue at Tottenham Hotspur, in my opinion, is because of what the work of not just Daniel Levy, but the people that he put in strategic places within that football club. And now you're reaping rewards to be able to go into the transfer window and basically putting the Manchester United fans on a leash and saying, here, catch. You throw the stick, get the Manchester United fans to go somewhere else, and then you get their target in the transfer window. That is how you're doing it. That is what you guys are controlling. What and what not happens, what Ineos does at Manchester United, and that is because of the foundations done by Daniel Levy. So I'm just saying, as a Crystal Palace fan, as an outsider looking in, but Tottenham Hotspur fans obviously were very frustrated last season because of the way they performed or lack of performance in the Premier League and the season before that as well, I have to say. I don't agree how you got rid of Ange Postecoglou. He's just landed a job somewhere. Ange Postecoglou, is he the manager at I can't remember. In Asia somewhere? I think he's landed a job recently. I saw Fabrizio doing something on that. So watch out. Anybody who's not a Tottenham Hotspur fan, um, Tottenham fans are still like they're shopping. Spurs winning the Europa League made them the 33rd best team in Europe. Arsenal were tied third after getting to the Champions League in the semi-final. Spurs won't win the Champions League. Yeah. Two things on that. Within Ange Postecoglou landing at Tottenham Hotspur within 2 years, because he actually did it within the 2 years, if you look at the dates, the man landed European glory. Their fans were able to go up and down North London and say, we are champions of Europe. I was there at the parade and they were saying, Arsenal fans, are you ever going to actually sing that? Okay, that is what I heard. That is what I saw. The complexity of things around that, you'll have to talk to Arsenal fans and West Ham fans and maybe Chelsea fans and all that. You got to talk to them because they've had loads more success in Europe. Certainly Chelsea has, because they're the only ones in London that have won the Champions League. But what I'm going to say about this is very simple. The volumes of mass expenditure and capability that Tottenham has and are doing right now, if it clicks with their Italian manager and the team that they're putting together, and they haven't even started going halfway through their spending in this transfer window, if it clicks, as I say, the next fixture in the Premier League between Arsenal and Tottenham, home and away, if Tottenham does what Sunderland did to Newcastle last season, that is a statement. You're going to come back to me today, what I said today. So I don't think we'll see what happens. But I tell you something, when you're spending big and you've got a squad in depth and they avoid injuries, that's another thing. Tottenham Hotspur, they seem to incur a lot of injuries as well. So if they can avoid that and it clicks, who knows what happens. Roy Marsh, Champions of England, fair play, but don't talk about, European heritage. You got less UEFA. Oh my days, it's all kicking off now. Dear Lord. Dear Lord, it's all kicking off. Look, I'm trying to keep it in the middle here. Roy Marsh says, Champions of England, fair play, but don't talk about European heritage. You got less UEFA Cups than Ipswich. you know what? Daniel 9-0. Now, I'm not laughing at the Arsenal fans. I'm not laughing at the Arsenal fans. I'm just saying what Ian Wright said publicly. That what Ian Wright said. Sometimes at the Emirates, the Arsenal fans are not creating enough atmosphere to back their process and their manager that they're happy to wait for 5 or 6 years to land the Premier League title. It's the process. That's how they got there. Start of football, I don't know. But Ian Wright pointed that out. And if you guys are going to win as an outsider looking in, not that my Crystal Palace have been to a Champions League final, but if you guys are going to win the Champions League final, squad in depth is important. And for the life of me, I still don't understand why Arsenal fans are quiet when they saw that team sheet against PSG and Ebrieze was on the bench. No, that man is not a bench player. He's a flair. He can make things happen in finals like that, like he did at Crystal Palace in the FA Cup final against Pep Guardiola and Man City. He's a flair player. He should be starting for England, in my opinion. Not because he used to Crystal Palace and what he did there. Not just that. Not because he signed my shirt. Not because of that. It's because the man's got the techers. See, the man's got the in the locker. He's ready. He's ready to go now. Not next season or the season after developing his skills. He's there to be done. And Arsenal fans, I don't understand why you allow that to happen. Where are we? Oh, there's more people coming in. Daniel 9-0 there, having a pop at Steve Marsh. Big up to both of you there. Good evening or good afternoon to Ozan Kabak. Hope you're well. Babas, I did the live stream for Colombia early hours today, and I sang the national anthem. I've actually clipped it, and I'm going to upload it when I get some time. So I will upload it then. And it says, Vamos Colombia. Sí, vamos Colombia. Vamos. Ándale, ándale, vamos. I tell you, mate, when Colombia won there, everyone was celebrating. Can anyone remember who Spurs bought with 90 million and got for Harry Kane? They wasted the money then. As they're doing now, the best players are not going to Spurs. Facts. If they're replacing the right players in the right places, then you could be wrong, Roy Marsh, but I get your point that once they sold Harry Kane, what did they do with 90 millions? Maybe that's why a lot of the Tottenham Hotspur fans jump ship on backing Daniel Levy. Could be the case. So they will know about that. It's about two things, in my opinion. The squad in depth and keeping them fit at Tottenham Hotspur. And if that clicks, and as I say, they're probably going to bring in another 3 or 4 players. They're spending money like Liverpool spent at the beginning of the last Premier League season. So if they can make that click, and their manager still does well, the Italian manager they got there. And don't forget, around the corner, they might be able to poach Mauricio Pochettino after the USA World campaign. They can easily, Tottenham Hotspur can easily buy out, should they need to, next season, in my opinion, Mauricio Pochettino out of his contract as the international manager of the USA. Easily. I would say with 2 gate tickets of 2 incoming off at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's peanuts. So they can do that. And as I said before, I just think that Mauricio Pochettino will one day return to Tottenham Hotspur. If it doesn't work with this manager, I think that will be Fabrizio Romano. Here we go, Mauricio Pochettino leaving the USA and going back to Tottenham Hotspur. I think that's what we'll go down the road. So they've got a backup plan there. That's their plan B managers, I think, for next season. Looking forward for Colombia versus Switzerland, absolutely. When Colombia scored that goal there, when John Arias scored that goal, they were celebrating in the Elephant and Castle. They were celebrating in the Holloway, in Angel, in North London. They were celebrating in downtown. No, actually, uptown Bogota, if you know, you know. They were celebrating in downtown Medellin. They were celebrating downtown Cali, not the east side or the west side of Cali. I ain't getting involved there. I'm just saying they were celebrating there. They were celebrating in Barranquilla. They were doing the Shakira salsa there. La locura, la locura. They were doing that. They were celebrating in Santa Marta. They were celebrating in Barranquilla and Tokyo. They were selling even the little fish that swim around San Andres, the island there. You know, they were celebrating there too. Even the hippos were celebrating. If you know, you know. All I got to say to people out there, real talk. Colombia went 1-0 over Ghana, and but I'm so proud of them. And yeah, they're doing well. So it should be a good goal. There's a Switzerland player, Mankumi, I think his name is, and he plays for somewhere in Germany, and he plays for Switzerland, and he's going to be he's a youngster coming through, and yeah, he was their best player for Switzerland when I did a watch along for them. Mankumi, I think that's what his name is. Watch out for that name. Roy Marsh says more people have seen Beyonce at Spurs ground than don't say nothing. Leave Beyonce alone. Leave her, man. You know what I mean? Listen, man, she's got a ring on her finger, man. Do you know what I mean? There's a reason for that. That lady, leave Beyonce alone. But what are you saying about Beyonce here? Just for the small people. Oh yeah, congratulations to anyway, I say more people have seen Beyonce at Spurs and watch team. Let me just read it. What it is, when I click on the comments on their iPhone, you can go away. More people have seen Beyonce at Spurs ground than watched the team. Is it a football ground or is it a stadium for concerts? Boy, at the moment, it's for boxing, concerts, NFL, any sports you want. You could. That is a venue. That is a venue. I'm telling you, at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and that's all been created by Daniel Levy. How the Tottenham fans can throw that underneath the bus, I will never know. Yeah, you got to talk to Tottenham fans because I don't understand that. But so you're pointing, and you're an Arsenal fan pointing that out. But I'll get your point, Beyonce. Listen, man, the Beyonce. Yeah, I mean. Anyway, can I just throw that back at you? Isn't Beyonce an Arsenal fan? And if she is, then why didn't she perform at the Emirates? Is she an Arsenal fan? Or am I getting her mixed up with some other? I think she is. So, so why is she giving the money, a little slice of the intake for a concert to Tottenham Hotspur? And I think she's a Manchester. I think she's an Arsenal fan. I could be wrong. I hope I haven't got that wrong. But big up to Beyonce. I absolutely love her music and everything, man. As I say, there's a reason why she got a ring on the finger. You know what I mean? If you know, you know. Anyway, Daniel 19. Come on, you Spurs says. Roy Marsh, you think you're replacing Harry Kane with 90 million? You really are smoking some good. Do you know what? Do you know what, Tom, the Hotspur fans? Although you've taken these two targets of Manchester United fans in the transfer window, Hernandez and Tonali, if Harry Kane decides to come back to the Premier League, I just got a feeling that he's going to land at Manchester United. I just got a gut instinct. I just got a feeling. I think he wants to tick that. And if he does, will the Arsenal fans will be reminding you of that? That's what I'm saying about that. He's not returning to your team. That's what my point. I hope that makes sense. But I think Harry Kane. I don't know. He shouldn't. I mean, he's doing so well at Bayern Munich, but maybe not. He's now at Al Bro. Yes, that's right. Ange Postecoglou. And he's got some big names to deal with over there. So I think that league there at in Asia, what they need to do is they need to show more of those fixtures live to begin with, free here in the UK. So link up with the I don't know, maybe do it on YouTube for the UK only, and then you get traction, and then you get people to subscribe to those leagues over there. That's what they need to do. They need to throw it free here for the UK, and that will get traction. Real talk. Daniel 90, come on, you Spurs says Diego. You not heard they just found the ball from Gabriel Mr. Penn. He landed in Madagascar. Look, I'm telling you something, right? This is one thing that I have to endure as a Crystal Palace fan. When you put an Arsenal fan and a Tottenham Hotspur fan, if you're at work, don't do it, because literally, whatever work schedule you have at work, the work ain't gonna get done. No, even if you give them a coffee break or a tea break or a hydration break, the work in the day in the schedule at your workplace, if you have an Arsenal fan and a Tottenham fan, shit, ain't nothing's gonna get done. Like real talk. I'm telling you, I've been there and done it for many years. If you're a manager somewhere and you've got an Arsenal fan and a Tottenham fan and you've got things to do as a work schedule, do not bring up football. Right? Because they may be outside work doing something socially. I don't know, playing snooker or playing darts or something like that. But at work, don't mix that up because it ain't gonna happen. Oh my god, where are we? Yes, that ball was still landing. It's still flying around. Gabriel. And taking that on Roy Master, oh man, that's in links to his words. The Saudi League is a joke. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think what they're trying to do, as you have said, their foundations. It took 5 years for Mikel Arteta to destroy a team that was successful. He got rid of Pepe. He got rid of all these players that landed him, gifted him. He didn't know how to work with flair players, so he got rid of all of those players at Tottenham Hotspur, at Arsenal. Slip of the tongue. At Arsenal, all those years back, 6 years ago, when you won the FA Cup, Arsenal fans, and the rebuild, the process, was not done by him. It was done by Adu and the set pick coach at Arsenal, in my opinion, as an outsider looking in. And as Jurgen Klopp said, if Arsenal had faced the officiating that we're getting officiated now in the World Cup, there is no way that Arsenal would have won the Premier League last season. I think Pep would have got a few decisions go his way. So the Romash is saying that the Saudi League is really a joke. I disagree in the sense that they're building foundations there, but they need to broadcast that accessibly in other continents, in Europe, in England, and in the US, and all over the place. And one way of doing it is by doing it through YouTube, or you do it, say, with Channel 4, something like that, and then you get the momentum. And then once you've got a traction, then you make it a subscription, and then you see it grow. I mean, they've got no shortage of funds to fund players. Cristiano Ronaldo, for example, going out there doing the job. He's not where he used to be before, but he does a job. Things like that. Two teams, half decent crowds, while the rest get lucky and they get 1,000 supporters at home games. It's how they manage it and how they broadcast it, and eventually, Roy Marsh, I agree with what you're saying, but money talks. One example is look at boxing, the heavyweight division as it is right now. I don't want to see the Premier League matches being played outside England. I need them to be played in the Premier League in the UK for me. So I agree with that. But I wouldn't go as far as saying this, that those leagues are. If they get it right and they cascade what they're trying to build over there, it will kick off because they got the financial backing for those sort of things there, in my opinion. But yeah, Arsenal have won more Premier League titles, two at White Hart Lane. Oh yeah, because they won that. They won that title at Spurs. Have won. When did Spurs win the domestic league? 1979, says Roy Marsh. They won the championship. Roy Marsh, I'm just saying it with a pinch of salt. The way Tottenham Hotspur are spending money now, and if they can keep these players in crucial places, the midfield, they're trying to fix that midfield. As a famous streamer, I'm not going to say his name, he was saying last season, Tottenham play with a hole in the middle. It's like a donut, okay? I think you know who I'm talking about. And it, yeah, they couldn't, off the ball, they couldn't press and prevent the opposition from controlling the distribution of the ball, whether it's around the positions, fullbacks, or playing down the lines, crucial lines. They didn't have a midfield because of injuries and whatnot. But if they fix that, and the Italian manager, they've got their works, and they'll be thinking, if it doesn't work with the Italian, we just pick up the phone and we get Mauricio Pochettino to come back in. They can get Mauricio Pochettino off the contract of the USA like that within 24 hours. 24 hours. Easily. I can't really talk about winning the Premier League and all that because Crystal Palace haven't won it, but I'm hopeful that we will finish in the top six, win the Europa League. If Tottenham Hotspur can win the Europa League, come on, Palace, we've got to land the trophy, man. I want to be able to wave these flags again. If you know, you know. With the Crystal Palace fans and the match day experiences you get at Selhurst Park, we've got the best match day experiences at Selhurst Park. Yes, Tottenham may have all that VAP and all those prawn sandwiches and whatnot, and Arsenal may have all those facilities as well. But match day experience, best beer, best food, best spirits. Damn it, even the ice tastes better at Selhurst Park than it does at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium and also at the Emirates. If you know, you know. The ice doesn't melt even in this heat. Yeah, I mean, it keeps your drink cool. That's right, at Selhurst Park. I'm going to tell you the secret because there's copyright into it. You know what I mean? That's how good the matchday experience is at Crystal Palace, at Selhurst Park. We land trophies every season. I'm going to get trouble. Right. Roy Marsh says Arsenal have won. Oh, I've done that one about the domestic league. These two are going to keep going on at each other. Yeah, but Tonali class one of the best midfielders in the league. Low. He comes with baggage. Tottenham Hotspur fans, I am telling you, go and speak to Newcastle fans to go to a home and away fixtures. Right? Go and talk to the Tottenham Hotspur fans, to the Tuna Army, to the Newcastle fans. Tottenham Hotspur fans, I'm telling you, yes, he's a talent, and he can unlock opposition. Whatever the opposition throws at your team, he can unlock your team and the potential for your team. Hence why he's going there. But don't misunderstand it. He's going there for the money, man. But I'll give you that, putting that aside, Tonali, if he stays injury free and he keeps, I've got to be careful what I say, what he does outside football, he doesn't get distracted by that, then you're going to be fine. And but he comes with baggage. That's all I've got to say, people. That's all I've got to say. And we'll see. The end of it will be Arsenal versus Tottenham Hotspur next season, home and away at the Tottenham Stadium and at the Emirates. If Tonali is the difference of the midfields, then you're right. Then you're right. There you go. There you go. You heard it here first. Can you imagine if Tottenham Hotspur, with the signings that they've done thus far, and they make, I would say, they need a striker and maybe someone on the right wing. I think that's what they need. Don't even think about going after Daniel Munoz because it's not happening. Don't even think about it, Tottenham fans. I don't care how much money you got. You ain't having none of our players at Crystal Palace. No. But all I'm saying is, if you click into place, imagine if Tottenham beat Arsenal next season, home and away, and they finish above Arsenal. Now that is making a statement. Would that be good enough to win the Premier League? Perhaps. Are you guys ready to win the Premier League? I don't think so. So we'll have to wait and see. Roy Marsh, can we put Daniel in timeout? I can't. we're, we're having such an intelligent talk of football related matters until he turned up. No, no, don't fight, don't fight. Listen, I'm trying to keep it cool. This is what I'm saying to people out there. If you run a business, if you're a manager, even if you're assistant manager, if you have an Arsenal fan and you have an Arsenal fan, do not speak, whether they're male or female, doesn't matter. Do not speak about football, because if you have a work schedule to get upon on, you ain't getting jacked on that day. The schedule will backlog. Real talk. But I ain't taking corners here with Daniel 9-0, come on you Spurs, or Roy Marsh 1-2-4. I ain't taking corners. I'm an Eagle. I'm an Eagle. Right? I'm a Crystal Palace fan. We demand trophies every year at Selhurst Park. Right? Eagles, we fly. We fly. We're on a high at Crystal Palace, because we got Daniel Munoz, we got Jefferson Lerma, right? And they're not for sale. Okay, we are going to land another trophy next season. Okay, and the Arsenal fans and the Tottenham Hotspur fans, you wait and see. You're going to experience the best match they experience at Selhurst Park next season. If you know, you know. I lost that comment now. Oh, Daniel Sir, I missed it, Arsenal, but yes, the Tonali's classed one of the best midfielders in the league. Yes, I've already done that one, but he comes with baggage, and if it clicks, and even if it doesn't click, and you still got him there injury free, just go and get Mauricio Pochettino. You can easily get him out of that contract in the USA. Arsenal turned up Tonali. Did Arsenal turn Tonali down? I didn't know that. I thought it was just Manchester United that were. The Manchester United fans really wanted Tonali, and they've really been schooled by Tottenham Hotspur fans. As Daniel says, literally Manchester United fans are there. I can't say it's too rude, man. Was offered the first. You are welcome to the cast-offs. Arsenal fans and Tottenham fans. I don't never understand it. Diego, it's okay. I spent 1 week here in Spurs. Can't get these players we do, and then they're getting their feelings. And funny thing, the Gooners played a part in this new Tottenham. Look, all I know, it's about last season. Last season, wasn't there a draw? No, I think they did do. I think they did get 6 points off you lot. Wasn't there a cup game between you lot last season? I think there was. I'm getting mixed up. Look, if next season Tottenham Hotspur get 4 points or 6 points off Arsenal, that's a statement. That's a statement. But we'll see what happens. But I hear what you're saying, Daniel. Roy Marsh says, can we put Daniel in time? Oh, that's where I'm going to now. Intelligent until we turned up. Now we are scrapping around the bottom of the barrel with Tonali. If Tonali doesn't get any injuries in the first, up to November, up to the new year of the new season, if I'm not mistaken, Tottenham don't have European football. So, yeah, if he does the business, the £100 million will look like loose change. In classes as one of the best midfielders. Time, intelligence. Can we put Daniel? No, I've done that one. Harry Kane has 2 good years left in him. It depends what league he plays. In my opinion, maybe that's why you're saying it. I would love to see him. This is Roy Marsh saying, I would love to see him at Arsenal. Well, he was, I think, a Harry Kane as a youngster. I have seen him in Arsenal shirts. I think that's not a secret. But he has become a legend at Bayern Munich. Why would he leave? I think he's still got 2 more years. But then the thing is that contracts don't really mean much these days. It's just like if the player needs to come back home for whatever family reasons or whatever. But I think if Vincent Kompany lets Harry Kane leave, he's probably going to want to make sure that Bayern Munich can land him an equivalent player that can score the volume of goals that he has done at Bayern Munich before he lets him go. But then it could be other things. It could be a family situation that maybe Harry needs to come back to the UK. And I'm not talking about the royal family, by the way, that Harry. I'm talking about the Harry Kane. Oh, Lord. Let's not get off subject now. Daniel Knight here says, Roy Marsh, who's the one who can time... because, yeah, don't time yourself out. Yeah, don't. I forgot. Yeah, you're about. No, listen, just calma, por favor, señores o señoras, por favor. This is what I'm talking about. You put an Arsenal, you go into any North London bar and you got an Arsenal fan and a Tottenham Hotspur fan, and it's like, my days. Can't you just take it at the back and have a cigarette and or something? But they won't. They'll be like. Good evening, good afternoon to the Dwang. Get the banners out. Big up, Diego. Big up to the Dwang. Get the banners out. And I think they're out in the US or somewhere out there. Big up to you. I hope you're well. Thank you for dropping in. And they already show games. Roy Marsh says, yeah, remember that Daniel has the ability to time somebody out, but don't time yourselves out, man. As long as you keep it. You know what I mean? You're right. You guys are okay. That's why I haven't even got involved, because you guys are okay. Roy Marsh, 1, 2, 3, 4. They already show games, but you got to do what you got to do, man. I'm not going to take sides. I never take sides when it comes to an Arsenal fan versus a Tottenham Hotspur fan. I'm not that. You know what I mean? I'm not that stupid. I just let you guys do what you got to do. I've already they already show games from the Saudi League live on YouTube. I thought that's it. That's why I mentioned it. They need to keep doing that. And then what it is, they need content creators to do watch-alongs to stuff like that. And that's how it picks up. Football is mediocre at best, and Ronaldo is only there because he gets a bag full of money every week. Let's be honest about that. To a certain extent, yes. If you and I were in that situation, we wouldn't say no to that money. Or maybe you would, but I certainly wouldn't. It's like, it is what it is. It's just a paycheck. It's just work, nothing more. But it's about them making it attractive enough to attract big names. Where I think they're going wrong, they need to keep doing investment in their own local leagues within that country and supporting families, parents, because if you are a parent and you're putting a young man or a young woman through a football academy, from the ones that I've seen and spoken to at Crystal Palace, it's their parents have to make a lot of sacrifices on top of being parents, apparently, if you're trying to put a young man or a young woman through a football academy to try and get them to reach the levels where they want to get to. And that needs backing, that needs support, that needs inward investment by football clubs. And so if they do that in the Far East and push that up, that's when they get the atmosphere, the belief within those leagues out there, and that will then become more attractive, in my opinion. It's all kicking off in the chat. Big up to the Dwang. Yeah, it is, man. It's Arsenal fans and Tottenham Hotspur fans. But it's true because they're both pushing themselves. I'll tell you something. If Tottenham buy correctly and they keep injury-free their players, because they've got like a big sick note up there, it'd be interesting to see how they get on at the beginning of next season. Come the end of November, run into the new year. If there and then thereabouts in the top 3, with another transfer window around the corner, people will be looking over their shoulders. If it doesn't work, what's going to happen at Tottenham Hotspur, in my opinion, they'll get Poch. Easily. It's probably already in working. Spurs can talk about winning the Premier League either. They're still at each other. Big up to Roy Marsh 1, 2, 3, 4, and to Daniel 9-0. Come on, you Spurs. Roy Marsh says 1, 2, 3, 4 says for £175,000 a week. Tonali wants to be a few free kicks as well. He scored no goals last season, 34 Premier League games. So why hold my breath? Um, it's what he brings to the midfield. It's what he brings to a side. And if it works, I'm going to give you one example, one name. Adam Walton at Crystal Palace. I didn't want to bring that name up because I know there's people interested in that player. And I'm going to tell you where I think he's going to land in a minute. Now that I've mentioned that, you've made me mention his name. When an attacking midfielder or even a defensive midfielder has such an influence in any lineup, it brings the attentions of clubs like Manchester United, Liverpool, the Arsenal, and now Tottenham Hotspur has now said this guy Tonali can just bring it together at Tottenham Hotspur in that midfield area. And as I say, if they can keep him injury free and doesn't get distracted anything outside away from football, then the £100 million would look like small change in exchange to what they do. Do you know what? This £275,000 a week, my Crystal Palace, we can't compete with that. We know that. We know that. Okay. At the moment, I think we got JP on. I think JP's on like 60 or 75,000 pound a week. That's what, you know what I mean. You're talking about midfielder for Tottenham Hotspur, and he's going to get that 275 or 300,000, whatever it is. This is what I'm saying about what I said about 5 minutes ago. If they get points off sides like Liverpool, Arsenal in the Premier League, because of he's the difference in the side, that £275,000 a week will look like the Tottenham fans will be saying, give him a pay rise or something like that. So even Neymar didn't stay that long in the Saudi league. How poor it was, they realised that it was useless. In the higher league, he would not make the Brazilian World Cup. He's had too many injuries, Neymar, in my opinion. If you look at his legs, they've got bruises, they've got scars everywhere. So it looks horrible. His players get injured, and sometimes they don't recover from their injuries, and it's difficult. For me to say something negative about another league, I need to watch it, or better still, go and experience it to tell you for real. But I take your point on the Saudi league. But if they get the right investment in the right places, they will try and enhance what they're trying to build out there, I expect. And as I said earlier on, look what they've done to heavyweight boxing. Some people say that they've taken the soul out of boxing. I don't want to get sidetracked into heavyweight boxing, but has boxing, the heavyweight division, has it lost its soul since of the inward investment from over there? And let's not get sidetracked. But if it clicks, it clicks. Newcastle, for example, if Newcastle valued Tonali that highly, they would never have let him leave. They recognise that Spurs are... Newcastle are constrained, if I'm not mistaken. Newcastle are constrained in the fair play. They need to get people off their figures to be able to bring in others. The other thing is, I think, in all honesty, I think Newcastle fans, one of the most passionate football fan bases in the Premier League. And I'm not just saying that because they brought in Faustino Esprilla back in the day from Colombia. Remember when he came in on as a sub? And remember that performance against Barcelona? I think the Newcastle fans are still in shock, and they're trying to process, if you like, it's that deep. The fact that last season, with a very good manager, Eddie Howe, and with somebody, when he was available, Tonali, they got piped at home and away by Sunderland fans. I haven't seen it live, so I can't describe it to you. But I think Newcastle fans are still trying to process that, in all honesty. So this thing about Tonali is like on the side. They're just thinking they have to fix that first. Tonali or no Tonali, they need to fix that shit first. Because for them to lose to Sunderland fans, um, my example, what I said earlier on, if next season Tottenham Hotspur fans do the double on Arsenal, I'm not saying that Tottenham are ready to win the Premier League, but if they do, because of the inward investment that they're doing in this transfer window and it clicks into place, that's a statement. Arsenal fans will have to process that if that happens. So that's my point. I hope that kind of makes sense. Newcastle, I wanted Eddie Howe to be the manager for England, and I think he got himself into a contract that boxed him in when that England job came up, in my opinion. And maybe I'm wrong because obviously how they had a bad season. Maybe I'm contradicting myself. But for me, I think Eddie Howe should be back. Maybe I shouldn't say that because obviously they've got an England manager at the moment right now and then they're in the middle of a tournament. But for me, I'm just old school. I'm just old school. Anyway, uh, if Newcastle valued Tonali that highly, I've done that one. Don't underestimate the inward investment from Saudi Arabia because the reason why I'm a heavy heavyweight boxing fan, and for me, you underestimate somebody like that, they can have a big influence, but they need to get their structures and their foundations right in how what they're doing over there. Newcastle fans are still in shock after buying this guy, Wizard from Brentford. What a waste of money. And that transfer turned out to be. I don't know why you pointed. Look, Brentford, I'll give you another example. Manchester United, they brought in Matheus Cunha, if I'm not mistaken, from Brentford. Brentford with Thomas Frank, the one that chews. You know the one that chews the chewing gum, Thomas, and he lost his job at Tottenham Hotspur. They had the knack and ability to bring through players out of nowhere and perform really well. And yeah, Wizard didn't work out, did it? It didn't work out. So I get your point, Ron Marshall. Maybe that's why I hope Daniel is still okay. But I tell you something. Um, there's something about Tonali that can change a match. Some players have it and some players don't have that ability in the midfield. And I think he's got it in him. Hence why probably they pay that man money for him. Putting aside the fact that he's getting £275 or £300,000 a week, that's to the buy. But if it clicks, and as I say, if he stays injury free, and I'm telling you, any fans out there outside Tottenham Hotspur fans, Tottenham Hotspur have not even gone halfway through their shopping list right now, and they'll have change to spare. And if it doesn't work out, as I said about 3 or 4 minutes ago, with the existing Italian manager, they're just going to pick up the phone. They've probably already picked up the phone or sent the fax to the FA in the US, and they'll bring back Poch. They can afford it easily. So that's their plan B. Carrying what they're doing in spending on players, and saying if it doesn't work with this manager, we'll just call Poch, and Poch will be back. The Tottenham fans will get behind that. As a Crystal Palace fan, that's how I see that football fan base. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. You'll have to talk to Tottenham fans. That's the way I see it. But for the life of me, I just don't understand why they threw Daniel Levy and Ange Postecoglou. Because they're reaping that ability to have that spend right now in this transfer window. Roy Marsh says, what about the lack of rights for the LGBTQ community in Saudi Arabia? This is Roy Marsh 123 saying we just haven't forgotten about all that and all the back of money. This was brought up when they took over Newcastle and when they had inward investment in other sports as well. And this is all down to, in my opinion, of course, everybody has an opinion on it and how they, whether it's good or bad, right? And this is about opinion. That's all I'm saying. It's about opinion. But the individuals in control of this, in respect to your point, in this instance, um, um, it's the people who run the football in the UK, the FA, the Football Association. They know that over their shoulder, they have over there uh, in the Far East, in places like what you mentioned in Saudi Arabia, countries that are able to have so much investment, potential power in investment, to take some of what is being created and what is being developed here in the Premier League, as an example. But it's not only here. The football federations of all other countries will be looking at what they're doing over there. And one mirage, what they're doing is how they treat that community over there as well. And as for a Crystal Palace fan, at Selhurst Park, I've always felt for a good decade and more than a decade now, everyone is welcome at Selhurst Park. Everyone can sit down and watch a match of football and enjoy themselves, regardless of their sexual orientation or background or whatever it is. It's about the football, but you can't just say that it's the investment that comes behind that. And in Saudi Arabia, yes, you're right to bring up that point, and it's a valid point. But the people that can control that and put a halt or not let that roll is the FA. That's how I see it. But there's a lot of money behind it, and that's how I view it. But it's at Selhurst Park. I know that Crystal Palace does a lot of work to include everyone to just enjoy the football, enjoy the match experience, and other football clubs also have those communities as well, and they're very supportive of that, and they should do that. It's very important that they don't lose track of that. I do agree with you on that. Um, so, is the investment from the Middle East really worth it? 26. Oh, be careful! I don't want to use that word, buddy. I hear you. Roy Marsh, I'm going to remove that comment, but I hear what you're saying. I just don't want that word on my comment, mate. I don't want to bring the politics and certainly that name. I hear you, but I'm going to delete that one if you don't mind. I will address it though, but I've just deleted it. I think they should just keep it to football. And I'm not just saying that because you put up comment, but I get what you're saying there. It's about the match day experience and how the match day experience reflects of the local community, of the fabric and the foundations of a football club that should be of paramount of importance for the football fans. And I have to say that as a Crystal Palace fan, Selhurst Park and Crystal Palace, they make sure that everyone, regardless, even if they don't believe in the faith or even if they are from a different sexual orientation, they make sure that everyone has the entitlement not to feel entitled, but to have that exemplary, wonderful match experience, whether you go on your own or whether you're there with a friend or whether you're there with your family, regardless of what your sexual orientation is or faith. And at Selhurst Park, I think they're ticking all the boxes there for me. Yeah, I hear you, and I hear you. Big up to you, Roy Bush. I hear you, man. I know. But it's and all clubs are doing that. All clubs are doing that. In all the Premier League clubs are doing that. And but this is why I put in the view of heavyweight boxing. Some purist heavyweight boxing fans are asking themselves, have we lost the soul of because of the point that you're making? And it can be very technical, and it can be obviously with what's going on. No, you don't have to apologise. It's cool, man. It's about passion. It's about opinions. But yeah. It's just that word. I don't want that in my chat. It's okay. Please hit like and subscribe at Diego C Palace if you are new, and it's all clubs need to help everyone just watch the football and enjoy themselves. There. What I'm going to do is Paraguay nil, France 1, and I'll tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to find out who they're playing next. It is going to be, oh my God, who we got here? Paraguay and France. It's 89. So they play 90. They play either Canada or Morocco. So that finished 1-0. What was the fixtures? It was 3-0. Wow. I don't think Shadid Riyad played for Morocco because he has a knee injury. I hope he comes back okay. Thank you for getting me to 5 likes, everybody. But big up to everybody. I hear you guys. So Paraguay lost to France to a very soft penalty. Diego Gomez was deemed to have fouled somebody. Was there contact? I don't know. Would France would have scored from an open play? It looks like they just weren't able to do it. But they will be playing Morocco. So I expect the manager of Morocco will be looking at to see how Paraguay was set up for those, not 60 minutes, 70 minutes, because they scored in 70 minutes. So that's 70 minutes of the first of that match. That's going to be intriguing. That is going to be played. I can start putting, because this is so Canada and Morocco. This is 90. So I can put Morocco up here now. Doing my wall chart, people. Morocco, and then you've got 89. 89, which is, I've got here Paraguay and France, and obviously that's going to be France. There you go, people. I have done my wall chart. Morocco and France. Thank you for getting me to 6 likes, people. I'm going to wind it up now because it's only one. There is no other football today, I don't think. Let me just check. I don't think there is. Oh, Jesus. Not today. It's 1 o'clock now. Jesus Christ. I didn't know. I was only meant to be up to midnight at the most. It's 1 o'clock. That's mad. You lot are absolutely insane. Thank you for everybody out there. Today, because it is already Sunday, Brazil versus Norway. Strand Lanson for Norway. He's going to be up there. Up against Brazil. That's going to be a tough one, surely. Why can't I click into it? It won't let me click into it. Oh. All right, it is what it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, quarterfinals. That's already now established. There is France versus Morocco, and boy, I still think France are going to win that. And then the winner of that, 97, plays the winner of 93 and 94. Mexico, England. Oh, no, that's wrong. 93. Well, I'm getting mixed up. But anyway, we'll do that later on. But anyway, the next match is going to be France versus Morocco. And the next match is going to be, which is, I thought I was only going to be supposed to be up to midnight, but it's 1 o'clock. Jesus. Brazil and Norway, that's on Sunday. Are they still the England game? I thought they brought forward the England game. Mexico versus Mexico versus England. I heard rumours that they were going to bring it forward to like 9 p.m. or 10 p.m., something like that, for the Sunday. But I also heard that there was going to be like a storm in, they're playing in Mexico City. So it looks like it is going to be at 1 o'clock. You know what? I'm just going to check. Hold on. See if they've changed the. No, there's no news. So, I thought they were going to move the times for the England-Mexico game. I can't see anything, so I don't think they have. So it's still going to go off at 1 o'clock. I think it was maybe too late in the day. That's just a mad fixture schedule, because the thing is, I would have thought for FIFA perspective, the timing of that match, if they would have done that at 9 p.m, or say 10 p.m. on Sunday night, it would have brought more inward revenue to FIFA. Not that they're not making enough billions already from the World Cup anyway. But do you get what I mean? The sponsors pay a lot of money, so the most people can watch it, and it all flows from there. So having it at a mad hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, and then on top of that, I saw a report of Thomas Tuchel asking for parents to let. I'm not a parent myself, to let the parents not, maybe give them a sick note for their kids the next day. It's not as simple as that, because the thing is, people go to work, and then they've got to do a sickie as well, and there's a logistic about that, in the sense of, if they do the match at 1 o'clock, it finishes at 2 o'clock, roughly, because it could go to penalties. I hope it doesn't. So we could be talking people walking around in vast numbers up and down the country at 3 o'clock in the morning, and there's a safety thing around this, and people just need to be safe to get from wherever the venue they're going to watch the match to go to where they're going to just. So I expect the police and all these other things, they'll have to put in resources to but have they got enough time to do it now? Well, they probably have done the moment the fixture was confirmed. But 1 o'clock, I know that's got nothing to do with the FA at this end. I don't think politics can get into it. I think that's just got to be done by the scheduling of FIFA, I would have thought, because they're the ones who are scheduling, are in control of this football tournament. But 1 o'clock, that doesn't make sense. For a group stage, it is what it is. But for a knockout, are any of the semi-finals or the final at some mad hour? No, look, this is what I'm talking about. The final is at 8 p.m. in New York. Both semi-finals are at 8 p.m. One on Tuesday, one on Wednesday. Right, so they do have some other ones. There is a quarterfinal in Kansas City at 2 a.m. and that's going to be the last one. That's a mad hour. So England versus Mexico at 1 a.m. and then the one at Kansas City on the Sunday. But that's Sunday morning. So that's like a day off anyway. So that's doable. But on a Monday morning, that's mad. I thought they were going to change the time for that. There's nothing here on the news, so let me just see. I'm going to go because I'm tired. Big up to everyone in the chat. Thank you very much for getting me over 5 likes. If you know, you know. I'm just trying to find out if they have changed it. Oh, James is. This is just coming, people. Reece James has missed England's final training session. He's never recovered from that injury that he got. It's a shame because, damn it, he was a good. He starts for England. If he's fully fit, he has to start. But Reece James. So he's saying here, Reece James will miss England's final. Reece James missed it, not how it will. Missed England's final training session before the World Cup last week's tie against Mexico, but Jared Krishan is available for selection. Krishan is a good player, but boy, he wouldn't go ahead of my Maxime Lacroix at Crystal Palace. No way. Right back, James. So what happens now? Can they call up another player? I don't think they can. I think they just have to use the squad in there. Jed Spence. So Jed Spence can play there. And the man's got a protection for his jaw. And yes, that's the other thing. I heard that Declan Rice was carrying an injury. Is he recovered? Yeah, he's got a problem with the hamstring. They need to start Rice. Just start Rice and Eze. It's what he took. He took players that he knew might get injured. But how do you foresee that? I don't think Reece James was fully fit last season throughout for Chelsea. I'm sure he wasn't. But he was picked. That's absolute scenes. Let me just quickly check, people. I'm just going to check other stuff. I was trying to check the quickly. What's the time? Jesus, 1:15. I can't see it. Oh, I'm going to get rid of that. That's better. Okay. What I'm trying to find if they have moved the times for the England game, because I was the last time I looked online, there was reports that the media were in consultation maybe with FIFA to move the times, but I don't think they have because there's nothing. No, I don't think they have. So it's still at 1 o'clock. That's madness. That's absolutely insane. On a Sunday morning at 1 o'clock, but not on a Monday. That's crazy. The next one at 2 a.m., but that's on a Sunday morning, not on Monday morning. All right, it is what it is. I don't think Morocco's ever been to the quarterfinals, but well done to them. Just reading a report here for. There it is. Confusion over the kickoff time is just added to the noise around this game, but I don't understand how it could have been changed and brought forward earlier than the scheduled time. It was a silly idea because the way it would have impacted thousands of fans flying. Oh yeah, of course, isn't it? Of course it is, isn't it? Yeah, imagine if you're flying all the way out there and then suddenly they change the times and then you got like a flight to catch. And if you don't catch that flight, it's another £1,000, £2,000 and accommodation. Yeah, of course it is. It's the logistics around it. It's not just a. Does FIFA really take that in consideration? No, I don't think so. There's probably the reason why they didn't change the scheduling is because FIFA have made agreements probably with TV networks across the world, across the continent. And when you alter that, but that's just madness. The knockouts. This is, if anything, this is a rule. This is something to learn. On the knockout stages, the kickoffs for the matches. The next World Cup, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be co-shared, in my understanding, between Morocco, Spain, and somebody else. I can't remember. I know they're going to have some matches also in South America, apparently, because it's a centenary celebration. So there's going to be some mad hours. But the knockout stages of the World Cup, the times, not on a Monday morning at 1 o'clock. I reckon the reason why they didn't change it, FIFA didn't change it, is because of the agreements that they have with networks. There's contracts that are signed. I bet it's got to do with that. And to get out of them, there may have been financial penalties that may have been incurred, or maybe there wasn't in the clause to be able to do that. So, yeah, the stadiums have been full. That match between Argentina and Cape Verde, I have to mention this one about Cape Verde. What an amazing performance, because I did a watch along for that. In Argentina, Messi missed a one-on-one with the fixtures. I hope he lets me click into it. Oh, there it is. Yes, it's let me click into it. Um, for me, that match, the Argentina versus Cape Verde, Rosinha, the goalkeeper for, I was saying that, I did the watch along, you can go back and watch it. The goalkeeper for me, for Cape Verde, was just man of the match. And do you know what? He hasn't even got a contract right now. Apparently, he's a free agent. And they were saying that before the World Cup, he only had like a few thousand, not even that, followers on Instagram as an example. And now it's gone over like 50 million or something like that. It's gone absolute nuts. But never mind that. The man does not have a contract. He couldn't find work. He could not find work. And he kept at bay the likes of Lautaro Martinez, Messi, Fernandez, McAllister, and whatnot. He was absolutely brilliant. And boy, what a performance by Cape Verde. They did a statement performance there. And that second goal by Cape Verde, boy, who was it? It was Sidney Cabral. Go and watch that second goal by Cape Verde. He's probably got a contract somewhere. But I tell you what, their players put their country and their players on the map. That there's a job that they can do at level, and this is a good Argentina side that had Emilio Martinez even at the end of the match. Emilio Martinez, and he could be a wind-up merchant. I feel watching him play for obviously Aston Villa against my Palace, but he went over to the Cape Verde players and he was congratulating them and whatnot, like not rubbing it into their face. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's that second goal by Cape Verde by a player called Sidney Cabral. I think his first name was, I can't remember his first name. That's his surname, Sidney Cabral. I think his first name was Lopez. I think his first name is Lopez Sidney Cabral, and he cooked McAllister. He cooked him with his left foot, brought it in. McAllister like, what? Did he just do that? And then he set himself up. And he nearly scored a free kick with that same style, the way he scored that goal against Argentina, and then it was 2-2. And then for them to concede an own goal right at the end, that was just... If it had gone to penalties, boy, that could have been the upset. I think a lot of other teams. But what I did find is that apparently the FIFA chairman, he was saying, oh, I didn't want Argentina to lose. That didn't sound too good to me, because He should be neutral. Whoever wins the game. Obviously, because Argentina have got they're the current world champions, and also they've got Messi, and Messi's, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But that performance from Cape Verde, Messi had one-on-one with the Cape Verde goalkeeper Rosinha. One in the first half, and another one in the second half, and he couldn't get it over the line. And at the end of the match, I looked into it, and Rosinha, the Cape Verde goalkeeper, he didn't have a contract. After the World Cup, he's like literally got no job. I can't believe that his agent has not been inundated now with opportunities for him, because boy, he can easily get a 1 year, 2 year contract somewhere, surely. Population of what? Maybe a few 100,000. It's 100 islands. I think the population of Cape Verde is in the 100,000s. But Argentina is like millions, 50 million, whatever it is. Ridiculous. But what a performance. That's got to be one of my favourite matches there. Cape Verde versus Argentina. But I'll give man of the match to Pocinho, the goalkeeper. And the guy who scored the second goal, but no, I'll give it to the keeper. I think I did give it the man of the match to their keeper. And hopefully he'll be able to find a job after the World Cup. That's ridiculous. Just saying that. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wind it up. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. I can confirm that today, ladies and gentlemen, it has ended. I'm in the wrong day. It has ended in the end. France won, Paraguay 0, and it was a very soft penalty, in my opinion. There was a lot of the Paraguayan players. They frustrated for not 60 minutes, not an hour, but 70 minutes. The way France was set up by Didier Deschamps, and they couldn't get past them. They couldn't get around them. They couldn't play through them, and only after the Mbappe got that penalty did I see the Paraguay playing how they used to play before, and that is to just wind up the opposition players. And they did try and wind up both Elise and Mbappe. And what players like Mbappe and Elise need to do in those circumstances, I don't need to tell them about it. They know it. They need to walk over it and just dismiss it and just let them in the next round, just move on. But I'll tell you something, Paraguay 0, France 1, and I'm just trying to find out if I can find it. Big celebrations all over the world, of course, for French fans. So France, Argentina, Spain, England are still in it, but Brazil was still in it, but they're very hot and cold. I'm just trying to go back to the rewind to that free kick. There would be a frustration because France will be saying, how comes none of the Paraguayan players were not booked up to the penalty? But I honestly didn't think they were playing dirty up to the point that, not dirty, but just going beyond that line. And did they get a yellow card in the end? Let me just have a look. Oh yeah, none of them got a yellow card. So, but Michael Olise got a yellow card, and Kone got a yellow card. Barcola got a yellow card, and oh my days, yeah. I can see why they're frustrated, but at least they didn't get sent off. Just bear with me, people. I'm just going to try and find one last fact with that match, and then I'll leave it as it is. Can't get it. I'm trying to get a replay of the actual foul which led to the penalty. And I'm just trying to wind back through the live feed. That's the penalty. Ah, there it is. Yeah, I can see it now. So basically, Diego Gomez, I knew it was Diego Gomez who actually put his foot out. But the other name of the player which I was trying to find, it was Desiree Doué. That's what I wanted to be factual about now. And for me, when you look at it on the live feed, so like as it's live, you've got the referee camera as well. It looks like it's a penalty because of the way the player went down and the opposition player, the leg has gone forward. But I'm old school. I always say, if you're going to give a penalty because there's a tackle like that, can you be 100% certain? And I mean 100%, not 55 or 70 or 90%, 100%. Can the referee be certain 100% and the VAR referee be certain 100% that Diego Gomez's leg made contact with Desiree Doué? And from the angles that you can see, it appears that it did, but you can't see that it did. So for me, if there was no contact, he would have dived. So for me, that is a very soft penalty, but I can see why it was given by the VAR referee and the referee in itself. But before that penalty, literally, I was saying it a few times during the live watch along, although I was talking in the chat about other stuff. I kept on saying Paraguay for 70 minutes were keeping France only able to attack from outside the penalty area, shots on goal. They couldn't play through balls forward through the lines, walk through them. They couldn't do the width with players like Elise in there as well. They couldn't do it. So the next side, which is, what is it? It's Morocco. They will be looking to see how. If I was the manager, if I was part of the coaching staff of Morocco, I hope Shadid Riyad recovers for that match. But if I was the coaching staff for Morocco, I will be playing it tonight, replaying how Paraguay started the match and how their formation, whilst off the ball, kept France at bay. But not just that, as I've just double checked, throughout the 90 minutes or the duration of the match, none of the Paraguayan players actually got a yellow card. They're renowned for getting yellow cards and red cards in the World Cup, but they didn't get that. Yes, there was a frustration from the French players. They're saying, how comes we're the only ones with yellow cards in there? But that only, the temper sort of flared only after the penalty, and they tried to get under the skin of players like Mbappe and Elise. But that's to be expected. I'm not saying that's good and that should be happening, but it's the game. The game is the game. So for me, if you want to beat France or you want to try and stop France to winning this World Cup, just look how well Paraguay did. And I have to say, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but for Paraguay, Almiron, ex-Newcastle, for the time that he was on the pitch, he was back to his best form. He only lasted the 70 minutes, so it looks like they substituted him during the penalty. But he lost with Paraguay today, but that was a very solid performance from the Paraguayan players. And as I say, not one of them, not even the substitutes, got a yellow card. They kept France at bay. Yes, at times it looked like there was six at the back. They were playing six at the back, and literally there was no offload. I don't think they had any shots on goal in the first half. Not that I remember seeing any. So how do I do this? Attack. How do you do this? Oh, yeah, yeah, no shots on target throughout the whole 90 minutes or the whole match. Um, could they have won on penalties against France? I don't know. But I think coaching staff for Morocco or any coaching staff that may face France, either in the quarterfinals or the semi-finals, they'll be looking at this how they played, how France failed to materialize what they do in this match. Um, yeah, Paraguay didn't get any shots on target. They had shots, but none on target. France had five, and obviously they scored one from the penalty. Um, a lot of corners. So from set pieces, Paraguay were very well drilled and very well disciplined, not incurring fouls or anything. And for me, that's a very soft penalty. Um, I expect that fans from France and the French players, they'll be saying to themselves, they got away with that one there. Just like the Argentinian players and the Argentinian fans will be saying to themselves. And when they played Cape Verde, Argentina, I would say 98% of the attendance in that stadium of 65,000, they were all from Argentina. And still, Cape Verde won the hearts of the world football community, in my opinion. Um, so it's that Paraguay nil, France won. It's nearly seven. They were in Philadelphia. That match took place, and I'm going to call it a night now, people. I think I've covered the Paraguay's World Cup comes to an end. France move on to face Monaco, and let me just see if there's a. Why did they show a diagram of it? Oh, they're so rubbish, these people. Anyway. Yeah, I can definitely confirm, ladies and gentlemen, they have not moved the 1 o'clock for the England match. That's been confirmed. And just looking at the Reece James is not a doubtful, but it looks like Cristiano is gonna come in there. You're playing Mexico in Mexico City. That's a mad hour. Well, respect to us anyway here in the UK. You do not want to be going in there with injured defenders. But those are the players that he picked to take out there. Unbelievable. I just don't agree with the. Look, they'll all do a job out there, the England players out there. But for me, I think Tuchel might have. He's taking the wrong players out there. There's so much dependency of Jed Spence, and he had it. We all know what happened to Tottenham Hotspur last season. Who starts, Anthony Gordon or Marcus Rashford? Given that we're playing against Mexico. Oh dear. And that's Bukayo Saka start. Poor. Madueke or Saka down the right hand side, or Gordon or Marcus Rashford down the left hand side. I think he's going to go with Rashford again. I think Tuchel is going to go with Rashford, and I just got a feeling that he's going to go with Saka. for some reason, I don't know why, but Bukayo Saka seems to have come alive. Maybe because he's seen so many good performances by Madueke down that right hand side. He said to himself, if I get a chance, I just got to do my thing out there. And he's kind of just, competition for key places. That kind of feeling between players, good players. Both of them are very good players. For me, Madueke came in better form than Bukayo Saka clearly into this World Cup. Um, and boy, I got a feeling he's gone against Mexico. Oh, am I gonna? I think he's gonna go for Marcus Rashford, and no, I'm gonna change it, Madueke, and then utilize Bukayo Saka to come on as an impact right winger if they are drawing, or God forbid, if they are losing heavily against Mexico. The one which I think is crucial for England, not the fact that they've got injured defenders and Reece James is not going to, looks like he's not going to start, is Declan Rice. And by the sounds of it, he's carrying an injury. He's been carrying an injury from the Premier League, but he's a soldier. He won't want to be subbed. That's a player that they need to look after. Because Declan Rice will play through the pain. He's that type of player. I've seen him play live at Selhurst Park when he played for West Ham. He was unstoppable on set pieces. A couple of seasons ago, not last season, the season before. Yeah, I think that's who he'll go with. I think he'll start with Marcus Rashford against Mexico. And it's like flicking a coin between Bukayo Saka, because he's got himself his mojo back. And for me, I would put Dean Henderson in goal against Mexico all day long. I don't know why Tuchel keeps up choosing Pickford, not just because of last season, but the season before. Dean Henderson is just levels better. I don't get it. I don't get why that man keeps picking him, and he made mistakes last game for England, so I would put Dean Henderson in there against Mexico. I just don't get it. I don't get it. If it's a pecking order on who is best at the moment, the best England goalkeeper, it has to be Dean Henderson. And so far, Harry Kane has got them out of jail. So I think they'll beat Mexico. But they need Declan Rice to start and be as fully fit as he can be. He's crucial to the England setup. If he doesn't start for England, I don't think they'll do it. Oh, here we go. Hold on a minute. I might have a map here. Brazil, Norway. We've got... dear, with Brazil. I mean, Japan did so well against Brazil. Oh my God, they were heartbroken, Japan. Well done, Daichi Kamada. Oh my God, my heart broke for him. Every Japan player left everything on the pitch, and every Brazilian player left everything on the pitch. Come to the name of that. But Casemiro, at times, they were just running around him, like he was like, huh? And he couldn't hurt them. He couldn't hurt them. So it's Brazil versus Norway. course, Crystal Palace is Strand Larson. He'll be playing for them alongside Erling Haaland. Good luck to him. I think between Brazil and Norway, if Brazil have one of those mares again, in fact, no, I just don't see it. I think although they're hot and cold right now, Brazil, and given what they experienced against Japan in the last fixture, I'm going Norway to win them. If Norway beat Brazil, it might be because of a penalty during the match or a set piece, and then Brazil just lose their formation of playing, or style of playing, I should say. Um, but I'm going to go with Norway to win on penalties if they're going to beat Brazil. But then Brazil have been hot and cold. Of course, Mexico versus England. I've already said Declan Rice. He needs to start as fully fit as he can be. He's crucial to England. I think Tuchel's going to go with Marcus Rashford down that left-hand side and utilise Bukayo Saka to come on as an impact substitute for Madueke. Um, hmm. The game against Congo is not going to be the same against Mexico, because Mexico do have ability to actually score goals. I think Mexico are going to score. It's going to be a heartbreaker. Go 2-1 to England. If the Tuchel selection of squad that he's taken to the World Cup clicks into place, defence, midfield, attacking, that transition from the defence to attack, if it clicks into place of how he wants it to work, then I'm going Mexico 0, England 2. But can they do it? All right, I'm going to say it. If they put Dean Henderson, the Crystal Palace goalkeeper, in goal for England, I'm saying Mexico 0, England 2. 100% that's going to happen. Real talk. But the fact that Tuchel won't pick and stick with Pickford, I think there's a mistake in that man. He comes out of his box and he just does mistakes wrong at the moment. On form, he's not on the levels of Dean Henderson. I'm saying Mexico is going to score because of his mistake. So I'm going to say it'll be Mexico 1 and but in the end they'll end up England 3. But it'll be like nervy, and it'll be like 2-1 and then the next goal, whatever it is, and maybe from a set piece of Declan Rice header, gets it over the line, if he can. If he goes to penalties, I think England will win on penalties. I know it's in Mexico City, but I think England are very well in taking penalties. I'm pretty sure they're not going to have the situation like the Netherlands, but the Netherlands captain, Virgil van Dijk, was like, I ain't taking it. You take it. You won't have that in the England squad. I think England, if it gets to penalties between Mexico and England, I think the England players and the Mexican players know that the England players know who's going to be taking what, and they've been practicing penalties. They ain't going to be like Netherlands. But like, who's up next? Is like, not me, not me. That ain't going to happen. I think they'll have an order of who's going to be taking them, and they'll be ready for that. So I don't think Mexico would want to be playing for penalties. They would want to try and win within the 90 minutes. And I keep emphasizing, if England play Dean Henderson in goal, they won't concede. I'm saying that. I'm not just saying that because he's a Crystal Palace player. He's that good. So yeah, I think England will win on penalties if he gets the penalties, but I'm going for Mexico 1, England 3. Big up to the Dwang. Big up. Yeah, I'm just going through the things. I'm going to round it off at 2 o'clock. Big up to. Thank you for getting me to over 5 likes. Anything to 5 likes, that's amazing. Big up to everyone in the chat. I'm going to go for Mexico 1, England 3. If he goes to penalties, then I'm thinking England will win it on penalties. It's not going to be like the Netherlands. So that's the way I see it there. Brazil versus Norway. I'm going for. Can Erling Haaland do a madness there? That will be a shocker. I can see that maybe happening. Did that Japan fixture against Brazil take too much out of Brazil? I don't know. The Dwang says, the Dwang says, Diego, I'm telling you, you bias aside. You bias aside. Mexico is one of the best teams in the collective I've ever seen. They all die for each other. Oh man, this man with the Mexico. I swear the Dwang must have a taco stuck up his nostril or something. This man, the Dwang, get the banners out. I swear the man has breakfast tacos. For lunch, he has 2 tacos. And for his tea, yeah, man must put ice cream in his taco as well, man. I don't know what's wrong with the Dwang, but I'm telling you, I'm not being biased. Listen, let me tell you something. When Colombia were playing Ghana, this person here, the Dwang, was saying that Mexico had better food and better supporters than Colombia. In Colombia, we got Colombian rice. We won over the jollof rice of Ghana on that day. On another day, it might not work. You know what I mean? There's other rice available. There is the peas and rice and peas from Jamaica. There is the jollof rice from, for example, from Nigeria. There's other jollof rice. There's other rice available out there. But I'm telling you, Colombia was Colombia. When John Arias scored that goal for Colombia, there were celebrations uptown and downtown in Elephant and Castle. They were celebrating Colombians there. There were Colombians celebrating on the Holloway Road. There were Colombians celebrating in the Angel up in Stoke Newington in North London. If you know, you know. They were celebrating in uptown Bogota. They were celebrating Colombia, with Shakira in Barranquilla, con La Locura. They were celebrating there. They were celebrating downtown. Stop it. They were celebrating Cali, in Medellin, Cartagena, San Andres. They were celebrating all over the place. About Mexico tacos. Listen, let me tell you something. Brazil, Norway. I think that's going to go the upset. I'm going to go Brazil 1, Norway 2. Mark that down. I think Brazil have been hot and cold, and I think that tie against Japan might have just taken too much out of them. But they've got an amazing manager, of course, of the godfather of all managers, Ancelotti. But I think that might be the upset there. Mexico versus England quickly. I think if it goes to penalties, it will be England that win on penalties. I hope it doesn't go to penalties because my heart ain't going to take that. Real talk. If Pickford doesn't start for England, which I'm sure he will, if Dean Henderson starts for England, that's the Crystal Palace goalkeeper. He's the best informed England goalkeeper. I'm not just saying that because I'm biased. I'm not biased. Like the Dwang says, if Dean Henderson starts for England, England ain't conceding a goal. I'm telling you. But Pickford's going to start, so I think they're going to concede one. And then England just need to kick fire. kick fire there. Don't rely just on Harry Kane to get them out of it. Jude Bellingham and company. Everybody needs to do their thing there. The other fixture, of course, is Portugal versus Spain. I think that's a no-brainer. I don't think Cristiano Ronaldo. Um, they've got good players there. Bruno Fernandes. There. Bruno Fernandes was hooked. He was substituted. He was substituted in the last match for Portugal. And when they did those, Martinez, the manager for Portugal, I don't rate him. He didn't know what to do, so he just grabbed all this. He did a quadruple substitution. He just grabbed a load of substitutes. They're gone. Just throw like a dice. You know what I mean? Threw 4 dice on the thing. I don't think technically, the manager for Portugal has it in him. But there's good players there. Is Bruno Fernandes injured? Why was he subbed the way he was subbed in the last match? But they got it over the line, Portugal, in the last match. The one thing I would say about Portugal is a lot of respect in how they keeping the memory of Diogo Jota and Andre Silva, his brother, in their campaign whilst in the World Cup. You got to respect that. You got to absolutely love what they're doing in social media and stuff like that. It's absolutely beautiful to see. Can you imagine Portugal knocking out Spain? But I can't see it. I think it'll be Portugal 0, Spain 3. I think Spain will. How do you take the ball off them? If you look at Spain when they play, it's just 1 touch, 2 touch, and then quickly the third pass to another player. Every single player does that. They must practice that. The other match, of course, is USA versus Belgium. My understanding is that Florian Balogun, he's injured for Mauricio Pochettino's incoming Tottenham Hotspur players and club next manager, if he doesn't work out for them next season, Mauricio Pochettino. But Florian Balogun, he's injured, and not injured, he's suspended. I think that red card that he earned in the last match, I think it was like a forwards tackle, and he just caught the Achilles of the other player, and it looks bad than what it was for me. But I think it'll be USA, Belgium. The way Belgium got through, they were Senegal. The way it broke Ismaila Sarr's heart. I think Poch would have seen how Senegal got the job literally done against Belgium, and without Florian Balogun, I still think they might just win it 1-0. It could be a 0-0 and then go to penalties with that match, in my opinion. 0-0. But I think Poch would have done his homework on that one. And I think the US might win 1-0. I'm going to go US 1, Belgium 0. But if it goes to penalties, I think Belgium will win it on penalties. Big up to Big up. For any of you don't know, the Dwang get the banner out halftime. That's from that TV series, crime series in The Wire, where Senator Clay Davies used to go I can't do it. My voice is not good enough for that now. That's where it's from. Recommend you to watch that series, The Wire. Wicked. It's really good. Everything's in it. You get everything: the street, political, the police, all that kind of thing. No, you got it wrong. I'm the Dwang. God, this guy. Your name is too long. But you eat eagles. Nobody eat eagles. You can't do that. Everybody loves an eagle. Now, Tottenham Hotspur fans, everybody buy it. You know what I mean? Everybody has chicken tonight. You know what I mean? I'm not even going to suggest Nando's. I'm just saying about you eat eagles. Nobody eats it. Everybody likes an eagle. You can't have it as a pet. You can't teach an eagle. Yeah, you don't throw a stick. You know, like Let me give you an example. You're talking about you eat eagles. No, you don't. They're descendants of the raptors. You seen Jurassic Park? You know when the big lad is trying to steal the samples of Jurassic Park, and then he hits the post, and then yeah, he's trying to, and then he gets caught up by the little raptors, and he goes, "Here, look, 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 stick, stupid, look, throw it." That's where the eagles descend. You know what I mean? You can't fight with an eagle. You can't win against an eagle. You certainly can't eat them. You've got to catch one first, mate. Over there. Hi, Diego. I'm here. Over there. Big up to the twang there. Right, USA. I don't know you know this one. I think if it goes to penalties, I think Belgium might just win that. But I think it'll be a 0-0, maybe US 1-0 win. Where they're playing that anyway? They're playing in Seattle. That's at home for them. Some mad hour at 1 o'clock, but it is on a Sunday, so not on a Monday like when England play. Quickly, I'm going to round it off now, people, because it's coming up to 2 o'clock. Argentina versus Egypt. Big up to everyone in the chat. Thank you very much, the Dwang, for dropping in there. Argentina versus Egypt. What a performance by Cape Verde. The Cape Verde goalkeeper does not have a job right now. He's out of the World Cup and he hasn't got a contract. Surely someone will be able to offer him a job for 1 or 2 years. Easily. I gave him the man of the match. As for Egypt, they just scraped through. Have they got anyone injured? Mo Salah, can we see the best of Mo Salah for Egypt? Well, if he couldn't do it against Australia in 90 minutes, boy. Now Argentina are going to win that. I mean, I don't see how Egypt can break Argentina down and get an upset. Maybe on penalties. I don't think it'll go to penalties with Argentina. If it does, then it might be a 1-1 situation. Can Mo Salah finally step up in international levels and do a madness of a performance, a statement performance? Big up to the Weasel Teasel. Weasel Tweasel in the house here. Where's Miss Penelope? I have Miss Penelope today. Big up to the Weasel Tweasel. Here you go, Diego. What are your options on Man City spending 120 million on Anderson from Forest? People are saying it's just an overpay. That's part and parcel why Oliver Glasner has gone to Nottingham Forest, because although he's losing players, he's clearly been told by the owner of Nottingham Forest, which I don't like. I don't rate him. I don't like him at all. If you're a Palace fan, you will understand why you don't like. Why I don't like the Nottingham Forest owner. I think it's just ridiculous. What I would say to that is, if City are able to pay 120 million for Anderson from Forest, then if any Manchester United fan out there still have the audacity to contemplate to land Adam Walton to go to Manchester United, I need to see 130 million pounds going South London plus add-ons. But just to break it there for the Manchester United fans out there, lot of respect, but I have to say this. Last time that Crystal Palace went to Anfield, I'm not exaggerating this is real, this happened. The last time Crystal Palace went to Anfield to play at Liverpool, at Anfield. Before the players come out to before the match, they go out onto the pitch and just have a little sample of the pitch. There was a line of Liverpool home fans at the tunnel where they come out, the players come out, in line wanting to sign the autograph of Adam Wharton. The Liverpool fans have already signed Adam Wharton's in their hearts. So Manchester United fans, if you're going to think you're going to sign, because they need to replace McAllister there. They know that. In the last match there, Argentina and Cape Verde, the second goal for Cape Verde, I can't remember the lad's name, he cooked McAllister for that second goal for Cape Verde. You don't say that very much of McAllister. He had an average season at his levels last season, in my opinion, for Liverpool. And Liverpool fans have come, maybe they want to go back to their winning ways, whatever. So I got a feeling that you're saying about Anderson going for 120 million. If anyone's Adam Wharton, Liverpool fans, with that in mind, or Manchester United fans, I need to see 130 plus add-ons for Adam Wharton. And hopefully we don't lose him. But I'll tell you something. These Manchester United fans, but the ones that are even more annoying now, I have to say, in respect to the transfer window, and I'm a little bit nervous about this because they ain't finished shopping, is these Tottenham fans. Man, they're spending money. They're spending money like I don't know what. £100 million to them is like a shilling. Unbelievable. What you mean? The Beazle, big up to the 176 Beazle, Tweezle, Weasel, coming in there saying they have already signed them in the hearts. It sounds like you're writing a romantic novel. Well, there's a romance there between the Liverpool fans there already lining up at home. At home. I ain't never ever seen in my lifetime as a Crystal Palace fan, another Crystal Palace fan at Selhurst Park wearing colours of Crystal Palace. Look how beautiful those Crystal Palace colours are. You know what I mean? Lerma, signing my shirt and all that. I have never seen a situation where a Crystal Palace fan will be, before the match, waiting to take the autograph inside the stadium of, say, Bruno Fernandes. Yeah? Yeah? I'm just giving an example there. But there you see Adam Wharton representing Crystal Palace at Anfield, and there was a line of Liverpool fans in Liverpool outfits. They were there waiting to sign the autograph of Adam Wharton. This is before the match. This ain't afterwards. This is before. So if that's not sending a message to Manchester United fans, I don't know what it is. I don't want to lose Adam Wharton. He's absolutely pitiable for Crystal Palace, for the new manager at Crystal Palace, Sarge, and no, I don't want him to leave. But if you guys, with that in mind, £120 million, was it £120 million going to Nottingham Forest for this Anderson guy, City, getting him in there. Now, if Adam Wharton leaves Crystal Palace and Crystal Palace don't get more than £100 million, come on. Look at the Tonali situation. Look at the season that Tonali had last season at Newcastle. There's no trophy. There's no trophy in the trophy cabinet at Newcastle. And yet Tottenham Hotspur go and spend £100 million there. They try to buy Ebrieze on the cheap. And what happened? The man jumped over the marshes and landed all the way as an eagle, but he then landed back where he always wanted to play for Arsenal. But then look what the Arsenal fans did to Ebrieze in the Champions League final. They left him on the bench for 90 minutes. My Crystal Palace gets to the Champions League final and we've got Ebrieze in the squad. The man is starting for Crystal Palace. Shame on you, Arsenal fans. Absolutely shameful behaviour. I don't understand Arsenal fans. I never will. Big up to everybody in there. This football, this is football, not ballot. Real talk. Real talk. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Anyway, never mind the Manchester United fans. They've got their own problems. How can they let Tottenham fans outbid them for every target that they won in the transfer window? What is going on with Tottenham versus the Manchester United fans? That's the question. But you'll have to talk to Manchester United fans about that. I don't understand that. But don't even think about coming to Palace and getting Adam Walton for less than 120 million, 130 million. No, man. I mean, I've heard even quotes of like 60 million, 55 million for Adam Walton. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. The next match is Switzerland versus Colombia. Granit Xhaka there, of course, and they've got a youngster called Mankind playing for Switzerland. But Colombia will win. When Colombia won against Ghana, we were celebrating in Elephant Castle, Holloway Road, Stoke Newington, Stamford Hill, all the way up there. All the Colombians were celebrating, doing the Colombian salsa. If you know, you know. Colombia, Colombia. You know what I mean? They were celebrating down uptown in Bogota. If you know, you know. They were celebrating downtown in Cali, downtown in Medellin. I'm not going to discuss the east side and the west side of those cities, beautiful cities. If you know, you know. They were celebrating the Shakira salsa in Barranquilla. Que locura. They were celebrating in Cartagena. If you know, you know. In Santa Marta and Tokyo. They were celebrating even in San Andres while they were swimming with the fish out there. Damn it, even the hippos were celebrating with the Colombian fans. If you know, you know. I think it will be Switzerland nil. They're not scoring against Crystal Palace. Switzerland versus Crystal Palace. They're not Switzerland nil. Colombia 2. I'm giving Colombia to win that 2-0 and into the next round. And it could well be against Argentina, the next one after that. So that's my predictions, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get me started about Adam Walton, people coming in for them cheaply. It's just so annoying with that. Oh, I did mention Canada versus, no, Canada, Morocco, that's already done. Morocco's going to be France next. Oh, that's in the quarterfinals. I'll worry about the quarterfinals later on. I can confirm, ladies and gentlemen, for what I've just checked, the 1 o'clock kickoff for England versus Mexico in Mexico City. It looks like that's still going on at 1 o'clock. I think the reason why that wasn't postponed and brought back maybe to Sunday 9 p.m. was because FIFA had already signed contracts with, they won't say it, but I think it's because they already had signed contracts with networks. And also someone pointed out in the chat, what about the fans going to the fixtures? They might not be able to change hotels or even flights. You could have situations where fans go to these fixtures away to these places, and literally after the match they've got like 2 hours or 3 hours to quickly get to the airport and get on a plane, or you know what I mean, stuff like that. So but I think it's probably down to the copyrights, the TV rights that FIFA might have signed off with TV networks all around the world. Changing a fixture at short notice is probably maybe not within the contract, and that's why it hasn't changed. But for me, that is the last mad hour. There is another fixture. I saw it here at 2 a.m. It's one of the quarterfinals, but it's on a Sunday. So So it's next Sunday, not this Sunday. Sunday afterwards, Sunday the 12th of July. But it's on Sunday. So after Saturday, it's Sunday morning, but not on a Monday. On a Monday morning, it's not just about. I mean, Tuka was saying, give a sick note to your child. I'm not a parent, so what do I know? But for me, is the logistics about it. We're going to have across England. There's going to have to be a logistics of getting people home safely. So police, fire services, the NHS, they're going to have to sort out strategies to make sure if anything happens, God forbid, people can be helped if anything happens. So I'm sure they'll get it sorted. Right. What's this? Everton agree. Oh, it's Chelsea winger there. One last thing, I'm just going to quickly go into make sure there's no Crystal Palace players linked away from my football club. Oh, I don't want to look. Yeah, Trossard is gone from Arsenal, so they're going to look to replace him. Do you know what? One thing I would say though, if Kobe Mainoo was to get, well, it's probably too late for this World campaign. I know he's out there with the squad for England, but if Kobe Mainoo was able to show what he can do, if Adam Walton was able to be out there with the squad and show the world what he can do, it wouldn't surprise me if either Barcelona or Real Madrid might come in for Kobe Mainoo, and maybe I think they probably might have seen enough of him. These big clubs out there in Europe. Imagine if that happens. Yeah, there's two. There's an outlet in Spain that are linking Kobe Mainoo to Real Madrid. There you go. Oh my God! If they lose Kobe Mainoo, they're coming in for Adam Walton. Oh my God, my head hurts. I can't deal. If Adam Walton lands at Manchester United, my head's starting to hurt. Especially if they buy him for less than £100 million. Oh my God, my head hurts. Oh my God, where did they get these stories from? How is Kobe Mainoo on the radar to Real Madrid? Because if that materialises, they are so going to be in competition with Liverpool to sign both Manchester United and Liverpool are going to be so in competition to try and sign Adam Walton. But if you've got two bidders, the money goes up. So maybe that's a good thing. But I don't want to lose Adam Walton to Liverpool or Manchester United. Oh my God, my head hurts. There's no mention of Adam Walton here, but I'm just saying, if Manchester United were to lose in the next transfer window, Kobe Mainoo to someone like Real Madrid, because when those clubs come calling, it happens. Oh my God, my head is starting to hurt. My head was fine until I saw that. They're going to so come in for Adam Walton. But they've just missed out on Tonali. See, this is all on Tottenham Hotspur fans. They're just messing up the transfer window for everybody else. There's a link here by Sky Sports that Trevor Chabala might be linked to Como. I've heard rumours apparently Jamie Chelsea were trying to say that they will take Maxime Lacroix off us and offer us Trevor Chabala and somebody else because they've got so many people on their payroll. Not having that. Jamie Chelsea. So annoying. Oh, my head hurts now. Oh my days. Right, I'm going to call it a night, people. Thank you very much, everyone in the chat there. Big up to the Beezle, Tweezle, Weasel. Thank you for getting me up to over 5 likes. Thank you very much. Anything over 5 likes, that's insane. Right. Oh, it's going to do to 2 o'clock. It's gone 2 o'clock. Oh my God. Where do they get this? Where do they get these links? That's giving me a headache, people. I'm going to leave it there. If Manchester United lose Kobe Mainoo to Real Madrid, they're Kobe Mainoo, and then either Liverpool or Manchester United have a bidding war for Adam Walton. And Jefferson Lerma, because he's having a good World Cup, if he leaves Crystal Palace, oh my God, we're going to need 2 midfielders. My head hurts. My head hurts just thinking about it. We're not going to have any bloody players left. I don't know why I clicked on that. I don't even know why I clicked on that. Anyway, France won 1-0. Very soft penalty. Very soft penalty. I'm going to call it a night. Right, everyone in the chat. I'm going to thank everyone in the chat. Let me go from the top. A massive thank you to Roy Marsh 1234. Early doors there. Thank you very much to who else? To Daniel 90. Come on, you Spurs. Thank you very much for coming in, Daniel. Also, thank you to Ozan Kabak with his Vamos Colombia, Vamos. What you like. And a massive thank you also to, I can't find it. The Dwayne. How can I forget the Dwayne? I would never live a dad if I forget the Dwayne. Get the banners out. Big up to the Dwayne. And also a massive thank you to who else was in there? 176 Beazle Tweezle Weasel Free Silisa. No Miss Panel. Yeah, big up to the Weasel Teasel. Thank you very much everyone who's been dropping likes. I've got over 5 likes. I think it's 6 or 7 likes. Thank you very much. That's amazing. Thank you for all the new subscribers recently at Diego C. Palace, where I've done 1 or 2 live watch-alongs. And also a massive thank you to anyone that's shared it or told people about the channel. Thank you very much for doing that. I can confirm, and I have to emphasize this, because I can't see any changes here. The fixture between Mexico and England is still at 1 o'clock in the early hours. I think that's madness. Absolutely ridiculous. It should be during Sunday. Just pull it back to 10 o'clock. But apparently it hasn't been done, so maybe they left it too late. Anyway, it's 1 o'clock. I think FIFA will probably have learned from that. If it's 1 o'clock, what time is it in Mexico? It'll probably be six hours. So it'll probably be 6 p.m. on Sunday. So if they couldn't bring that back 3 hours, say to 3 p.m. in Mexico City, that would have made it to, say, 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. on Sunday for England, GMT time. That's madness. I don't get that. So anyway, so yeah, it's 1 o'clock, Mexico versus England, as I say, without going into it again too much. If Dean Henderson of Crystal Palace starts for England and Ebrieze starts of Arsenal for England, I think Tuchel will go with Marcus Rashford instead of Gordon down that left-hand side. I think he will go with... I keep changing my mind on this. But for some reason, Bukayo Saka's just got his mojo back. Not completely, but he's got his mojo back. But I think Tuchel will go with Madueke and then leave for Bukayo Saka to come off the bench and save England. Oh my God. Start Dean Henderson in goal for England and you will not concede a goal. But because he won and you pick Pickford, he's a good goalkeeper, good professional. I'm not just doubting that. But if he goes to penalties, England win the penalty shootout. 100%. I guarantee you, because I don't think Mexico are looking to go to penalties against England. They're looking to win within the 90 minutes. Maybe get an early goal and frustrate key players like Declan Rice, Bellingham, Marcus Rashford, and ruffle them up and get decisions to go their way. If it goes to penalties, England win on penalties. But I think Mexico are going to score because Pickford, there's a mistake in Pickford. I'm not jinxing it for England, I'm just saying. So that's it. So 1 o'clock, that game. So they'll score 1 and then England 3. I think eventually they'll get it over the line. Right, I'm not going to go through all of them again because I've already done that. But that is definitely 1 o'clock on Monday morning, early hours. The next match, ladies and gentlemen, later on today, only one match, Brazil versus Norway. I already told you what I think about that one. I think it's going to be an upset. I think Norway are going to do it. Strand Larsen of Crystal Palace getting the winning goal, with Erling Haaland also getting a goal. Imagine the scenes. That could be the upset, I think. But I mean, Japan took Brazil to the wire. Not bringing the wire back into it. Oh, shit. But for me, that could be the upset. Brazil going out to Norway. We'll see. So that's later on. I might do the watch along for that later on, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm not sure if I will. Okay, that's it. Just quickly refresh, make sure there's any news. Anyone who's going to face France, just watch how Paraguay set themselves up against France today. Throughout the whole time of the match, they did not concede a yellow card, and they frustrated France for 70 minutes. After that, they kind of try to rustle up the likes of Mbappe and Elise and whatnot. But because Paraguay are known to that. But if you want to stop France from creating against you, look how they were set up today. Because they nearly did it. It didn't look like France was going to score from open play at all today against Paraguay. They were reliant on a soft penalty. So I'll leave you with that. If you're new to the channel, please hit like and subscribe. Thank you very much for everyone who's been watching. I think it's still live. No more comments. Good. All right. Thank you very much, everyone in the comments. Thank you for getting me over 5 likes. And also a massive thank you if you have subscribed new at Diego Sig Palace. Si tú eres nuevo, por favor, dale un gusto. And suscribe nuevo a Diego Sig Palace si puedes. And muchas gracias si lo haces. Thank you very much, any new subscribers out there. Please share the channel. And if you have any comments, by all means, leave a comment, but not the end of the world. As long as you subscribe at Diego Sig Palace and set the notification bell on, if you could, that would be amazing. And next up, good luck to Strand Larsen of Crystal Palace against Brazil. I think You're going to score the winning goal. Imagine the scenes. I'll try and do the watch along for that. Good night. Take care. And or good morning, wherever you are. And catch you up on the next one. Goodbye. Take care. Bye. Oh, stop cancelling. I can't cancel it. Why won't it cancel? It won't stop the live feed. What's going on? I've got to do this right. If I don't stop the live stream properly, I might lose the 244 minutes that I've just done. Oh, help. Oh, my days. That's okay. So why won't it let me stop it? Oh, don't mess about. Right, I'm going to give it one more go. Thank you very much, everyone. Drop a like and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. I'm trying to end the live stream here. It's done it again. Is there a smudge on the screen or something? Right, thank you, everybody. I can't end the stream. Oh, my days. Adios says Beasley. Well, I'm trying to do the adios. Oh, my days. Oh, God. I'm actually sweating trying to finish this because I've just done 245 minutes. And if I don't end the stream correctly, I might lose the whole damn thing. I haven't got... This is a sign England will lose. No, don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. No, if they start Dean Henderson, they will win. If Dean Henderson starts for England, they will not concede. If Tuchel would have taken my advice and taken Adam Walton and Tarek Mitchell along to the competition, they wouldn't lose against Mexico. No, you jinxed it. No, I haven't. No, I haven't jinxed it. If anything, you've jinxed it. Beazle Tweezle, big up to you. God. I'm going to try to end the live stream again one more time. Adios, yes. All right, here we go. Thanks for hanging on there. Oh my God, and now I'm getting viewers in. What is going on? I can't end the screen. Oh, it's Miss Penelope. Oh my days. Oh my days. Look, this is, what do you mean hello? What do you mean? What time do you call this? What time do you call this? Oh no, it's this way. It's this, got a little clock. What time do you call this? Por favor. Miss Penelope comes in right at the end. Absolute joke. Listen, France, you missed it all, Miss Penelope. I'm not going through the whole thing again, but just in short, France just scraped through. They got a soft penalty. Diego something fouled somebody. It wasn't me who fouled the French player. It wasn't really a foul because there was no contact. It's just a very soft penalty. France couldn't score. Diego Gomez was deemed that he fouled someone. And, oh my God. Diego, could you go through everything that I missed? What? No. Oh my God. And I've got no drink. No. What are you talking about? Look, for Miss Penelope there, look, let me tell you something. France, I'm not going to go through everything. Oh my God. Oh shit. Oh shit. Look, France got a soft penalty, real talk. Diego Gomez, back in the day, there was only two Diegos, just Diego C. Palace and Diego Maradona. But now there's Diegos all over the shop. There was a Diego Forlan, Diego this, Diego that. No. All I'm saying, Diego Gomez was deemed to have fouled, I can't remember, on 70 minutes, Dietrich Dow. Dow. He replaced Barcola, who my dog is called. People. You can't call a dog after Diego. Diego is an eagle. We are eagles, okay? We are raptors. You can't be calling a dog or even a cat Diego, because all Diegos are eagles. Oh my God, these people. No, no. Anyway, where was I? Diego Gomez was deemed to do. For me, with the replay, you cannot definitively say that there was a contact with Diego Gomez. He does stick his leg in front of somebody. It was who was it? Doué of France, and it was a very, very soft penalty, ladies and gentlemen. And but as I said before, the next team, which is Morocco, they're going to be facing France. They'll be looking at how Paraguay, without conceding any yellows or any reds, which they are known for. That's one point. They didn't concede any yellows, and they stopped France for not 60 but 70 minutes from scoring from open play with the immense squad, the squad in depth that France have. But I will say this: Paraguay, their best player on the pitch was Almiron, the ex-Newcastle player. That's ridiculous. Right, big up to everybody there. Please hit a like and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. And the other stuff we're talking a little about is transfer news. And Adam Walton had Liverpool fans lining up to sign his autograph. And but I've just read a report that Kobe Mainoo of Manchester United. I've got a headache now. I've got a headache. Kobe Mainoo apparently might be linked to Real Madrid, and when those clubs come in for players, the reason why it's giving me a headache is because Manchester United lose Kobe Mainoo to Real Madrid. There'll definitely be a bidding war for Adam Walton between Manchester United and Liverpool, because Liverpool fans want to replace McAllister. Good thing is if there's two people bidding for the same thing, the price goes up. Maybe that's good for the club, but I just don't want to lose Adam Walton. Oh, this unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why did I click on that? Why did I click on that? And with this guy going from Nottingham Forest to City for over £120 million, if there is any Liverpool fans or Manchester United fans out there, if you want Adam Walton and you come in or some silly quote like 60 million or 70 million, and that is silly, I'm putting it mild, I'm going to be fuming. Like literally, my head is going to explode. Mushroom cloud. I'm going to explode because that's not good. 130 million for Adam Walton plus add-ons. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Right, I'm going to try and end it. Massive thank you to 353 TSD channel 67, Miss Penelope there. I'm not going to go through all the other stuff we went through. Oh yeah, we did the Arsenal Tottenham Hotspur thing, and cut long story short, I got a feeling that Tottenham Hotspur are still going to be spending in the transfer window, and if the outcome of that is next season that they take 3 or 4 points or even 6 points off Arsenal fans in the Premier League, you heard it here first. That will be a statement win for the Tottenham Hotspur fans in the Premier League over the Arsenal. I think it will be up there with what happened last season when the Sunderland fans were able to get not 1 but 6 points off the Newcastle fans at St James's Park, 3 points, and 3 points at the Stadium of Light. I think it's going to be out there. And for neutrals like me as a Crystal Palace fan, the popcorn is so going to be out. Will it click for Tottenham Hotspur with all these signings they're doing in the right strategic places for them, and they haven't finished yet? They're going to keep spending. So we'll have to wait and see. My head hurts after watching that news there. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Good night. Good morning. It's 2 o'clock. It's 2:30. That's it. I'm calling it. Thank you for watching, everyone. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias todos. Si tú eres suscrito a Diego Cipales hoy o esta mañana, muchas gracias. If you have subscribed new at Diego Cipales during this live feed, thank you very much. And please leave the notification bell on and drop a like if you can. I'm going to attempt for the third time to end the stream. I can't believe you put in that my dog was called Diego D. Tom. You can't call a dog after Diego D. Tom. No. We are eagles. This is eagles. All right? Yes. Unbelievable. Right. Good night, everyone. Or good morning. I can't end it. No. It won't end. I'm going to have to Google this. Oh, shit. Normally you press on the top left-hand corner where the cross is, and then you just type in, but it's not taking it. The only thing I can think of is my iPhone got a smart. Do I need to clean the screen and it's not picking it up? What happened there? I just got another screen. Oh, shoot. Okay. If I lose this live stream because I've not been able to close it off properly, I'm going to be fuming. And at the end of it, I've just seen a report that Kobe Mainoo of Manchester United is linked to Real Madrid from a reliable Spanish source, a news outlet. And if Manchester United lose Kobe Mainoo to Real Madrid, they are so going to go in for Adam Moulton of Crystal Palace. And with Liverpool then wanting to perhaps change and get another midfielder in to help or replace McAllister, my head hurts. My head hurts. I don't know why I clicked on that. I don't know why. Por favor. Me duele la cabeza. Unbelievable. That's doing my head in. That is literally done my head in. I can just imagine tomorrow morning, Liverpool fans and Manchester United fans. I mean, there's no way Tottenham are going to come in for Adam Moulton. They've got Tonali now. They don't need another midfielder. That's ridiculous. Don't know why I clicked on that. Right, good night, everyone. What if I press over here? Oh. I'm going to have to go. Right, I'm going to try one more time. Thank you, everyone. Please drop a like and catch you up on the next live feed. I'll see if I can do the next one. Get out. Somebody. Oh my God. I'm pointing like that. That basketball player in America. What's her name? The one that was pointing. Right, good night, everyone. I think this is going to work. Thank you for all the likes and all the comments, everyone. Take care. Yes, this is going to work. Okay.